Well. Hello, everyone. Hold on. Let's fix things. Happy Monday, as always. When I start a Monday stream, all of my tech, I have to like remind myself how to stream. Sorry for the tardiness. Jeez, this is the latest it's taken me to get started. I forgot I had laundry to finish. So it's, hey, cats. I had to feed my cats, and then I had to go outside in the Dubai heat. I survived, but I had to go out there and, what do you call it? I had to hang up all my clothes, okay? One thing I really dislike about Dubai is, as a default, actually I don't even know if it's a Dubai thing. As a default, I don't have access to like a drying machine. There's no such thing as a dryer in Dubai, which I guess makes sense in some ways. They're like, hey, it's Dubai, just put your clothes outside, which is what people do. But I also live in an area with a lot of construction and a lot of dust. So my clothes, if I leave it outside for too long, it just collects a lot of dust, which is not fun. Sand, I mean. Okay, I don't know where I'm going with this. The point is, I wish I had a dryer. That's one thing I miss the most. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Hope everyone's having a good time. Let me see here. Make sure everything is synchronized. Let me type here, test. Okay, so, oh, yep, everything's working. Perfect. Yo, what's happening? We got average profile picture. APP. Average PP. Thank you for being in the chat. Damn, I appreciate you being here from the start of the stream. You said something about... Just send me your Z 50mm f1.2. Nice. What I thought I saw here something. Yeah, I'm finished with laundry. Still waiting for my 50mm f1.2. The 51.2 is definitely it's an excellent lens. I've been using it more and more of late. Actually, do I have it on one of my cameras? Let me see. Man, that's so creepy. Look at him. He's just staring at me. You can see him right there. Yeah. Okay, now he stopped. Kimbap. Hey, good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah. So no, I'm incorrect. This one is the 35mm lens that I've got attached there. And then the one here is the 80. Oh, no. Okay. This is the 50mm. So right now this is shooting with the 50mm f1.2. It's a great lens. And then this one's the 35 1.2. The one that I've been using the most is probably the 85 1.2 for what it's worth. So anyways, let me take a sip out of my drink because it was, even though it's now almost, well, it is 7 p.m. So even though it's basically past sunset or almost there, stepping outside for a few minutes to dry up my clothes, it feels like you're still in a sauna. Hey guys. All right. Yes, Kimbap. I got no food. Also, I fed them like 10 minutes ago. What the heck? This is my drink. Hold on. Look at this. They think there's food here because that one time I left food on my desk. Come on, Nala. Let's get out of here. Anywho, average. PP says test. I know I am. Oh no, yeah. 10 a.m. for me. Good job. Good morning. And good evening to King Kruk. Hello, King Kruk. How's it going? Yeah, it's been a long time no see, King. It was good to see you in the last stream. Good to see you back on here. Same with you, average. PP. What am I drinking? It's one of those like sparkling sodas mixed with some mixed juice. So I usually don't like the taste of just the sparkling soda on its own, so I just kind of make my own concoction. So yeah. Do you set your ISO to auto? What do you mean, in my studio setup or just when I'm going out and shooting? Maybe the answer is the same for everything. Hold on. Let's address this. For photography, I usually have it set to auto ISO. As I've, as I get bored with shooting, not bored is the wrong word. If I'm feeling frisky, sometimes I'll set the auto ISO to manual. I'll set the ISO to manual and try to get the lighting and shape the lighting and everything in camera for the shot itself. What do I mean by that? Hold on, let me see if I can show. So I feel like this would be an example of shooting in auto ISO. You can see here I have a ISO 100, blah, 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 which is fine. And so you can see here the histogram, the lighting is pretty much stacked in the middle. So it's a very well-balanced shot. However, as I want to be more exploratory, as I want to challenge myself, sometimes what I've been doing is I try to shoot intentionally with the lighting that I want from the moment I click the shutter button. So let's see, is there an example of that? Oh yeah, there should be examples here. Yeah, here we go. So even some of these shots, in reality, I probably, oh, hold on, I gotta fix my, see, I told you, everything breaks once I'm gone. I have to expand my display here. Yo, we got Dator in the chat. Guten Abend, Dator. Happy Monday. Hold on, let's fix this. Boom. There we go. Okay. So what I was saying is, like, a shot like this, you can see here that this is very underexposed. This is like just neutral as is. I don't think I have any settings. Yeah. So just as is, I kind of shot it underexposed, but in reality, this would be the exposure that I would be adjusting to anyways. But you know, by doing this, it's technically a bad way to do it in the sense that if I make a mistake, you know, it's hard to recover the shadows in these dark areas. So, but yeah, so in that sense, I have been having fun shooting in manual, but generally speaking, I shoot in auto. For video, it kind of depends. Like with my action camera, with the action cameras, I've been shooting. With the action cameras, I've been shooting in auto ISO because I don't have the ND filters, and depending on the situation, I think it's better to just be in auto, especially if the lighting environment keeps changing frequently. Whereas with my cinema cameras, right, with the Nikon ZR, generally speaking, I'll just have that set to one of the base ISOs. So either 800 or is it 6400 for the ZR. So yeah, that's my long answer to your question. You're welcome. All right, so I've kind of already jumped into it, but before we like kind of go so deep, let's just catch up real quick. I need a detox sometimes. You guys are the first. Did I speak to a single human being today? Oh, I did at the gym because I forgot my wristband. So I had to talk to the guy at the front desk. But besides that, because that doesn't really feel like it counts, you guys are the first people that I'm actually, you know, speaking to, and my cats. So let's catch up. How is everyone doing? To this weekend, or to all my Americans, happy 4th of July post. It's already July 6th. But hope everyone enjoyed the festivities. I'm assuming for any of my fellow Americans, you were enjoying some fireworks or, you know, whatever else. Did I ever really... I don't do a lot of holidays, so I'm the worst person to ask about these things. But point is, I hope everyone enjoyed it. Average PP. Oh, by the way, I just noticed. That's why I didn't see your guys' chats. I apologize. So something is broken over here. I gotta fix it. How do I fix? Give me a second. I have to reconnect my YouTube. Because average people, you asked me a question. I didn't see it, so I apologize. Because my OBS chat thing wasn't showing. So if I type in here, testing, there it is. Okay. I think it's working now. So average PP said, in your camera, do you set your, so King said, do you set your ISO to auto in your camera? Frisky, it looks so good though. Would be better at f1.2. You know, I know a lot of professionals, they love to kind of, how do I say this? I've been seeing a lot of YouTube videos or tutorials where the general sense that I get is people encouraging filmmakers, photographers not to shoot wide, right? And what does that mean? It means like if you have a lens that goes to 1.2 aperture, your instinct and your desire is to shoot at the widest because, hey, you spend so much money. Hey, look, my cat's going crazy right now. Also, anytime there's action, oh my gosh, she's about to jump. What is she going after? Well, there she goes. This one you'll notice is a bit choppy because I do have it on a different frame rate, but don't worry about it. I figured there wasn't going to be any action on this scene. All right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, your instinct is to shoot wide open. And then I've seen a lot of experts kind of push back and be like, no, that's just like, you know, the real pros. We shoot at, you know, f4, f5.6, x, you know, whatever the aperture is. And I totally get that. One show that I finished, was it over the weekend, I think, is The Bear. Hands down, best TV show I've seen in a long ass time. It might be my favorite. It might be the best show in its kind of genre that I've ever watched. The Bear. Yo, what's happening, Kavai? Kavai says, hello, I reached affiliate since we last talked. Yo, congratulations. That's a big deal. Hells yeah. Well, that's awesome news, man. Very, very happy to hear that. You've made it to the next step. Listen, we're all on that journey trying to figure out how to make it farther. Oh, Kavai, by the way, you missed on my last stream, I was watching a video from a fellow YouTuber and a fellow Nikon shooter, but he's more advanced. His name's Coffee Yeboah and Brandon Talbot. They posted a video on YouTube, which is like a behind the scenes of them in the Arctic, because they were making a documentary about sled dogs. And so there's a whole conversation. Check it out. It was on my last stream, I think on Friday. But it was just like the coincidence of the fact that they did the same trip basically that we were trying to plan at the same time. Like I think in March, they were in the Arctic doing the thing that I was trying to do. It was just like, there's a funny world of like, man, we could have, you know, teamed up. Average PP says, but then you have to raise your ISO. Yeah, I keep everything fixed, at least for the stream. Yo, what's happening? Pontificate. It's almost like pontificate, but pontificate. Pontificate, thank you very much for the follow. What was I even going with this? Oh, yeah, The Bear. So, Kavai, congrats again. You said, oh, cool, I'll check it out. And then I don't know what that says, but yes, you should check it out. I'm supposed to reach out to them because it's like, why not? See if they'll want to work with me. Wide aperture and the show The Bear. You guys need to watch The Bear. I almost feel like this is a damn near perfect show. I really feel that way. Average PP says, I got to hop. Well, thank you very much, Average PP. Well, thank you very much for being here. I got work. See you. Yes, thanks for hopping in. Thanks again for leaving some comments on my latest YouTube video. I appreciate that a lot. So anyways, not to go too deep into The Bear, one thing I will say about that show, though, for anyone who believes that you're ambitious or wants to be ambitious, who's looking for motivation, anyone who wants to pursue your own dream, whether that's like entrepreneurial, whether that's like something artistic or creative, you know, one of those kind of paths in life, I feel like watching The Bear should be a requirement because it does such a good job at showing you what it takes to be perfect. But it doesn't do that in a way that glorifies it. It shows you the pursuit of perfection and all the imperfections that it creates basically along the way. Or, you know, maybe that's the output from you trying to perfect something. So anyways, I think it does such a good job while not just making it feel depressing. It's like hilarious. The acting is incredible. The comedy that they just have, it's almost constant. Just the way the dialogue is structured, some of the characters, you get a lot of just laughs and just enjoyment, but then it's also super dark. Not super dark, it's super heavy and emotional and intense. And the way they film it, there's so much that I was like taking notes around like the cinematography, how they captured certain scenes, and just like the nice way that they visualize everything. Just all around, incredible show. King Crux says, oh, Pontificate said, found you through the PhotoFam Discord. Oh, nice. And you totally got it based on Pontificate, but beerified. Yo, you know, I was thinking about that. I was going to, my brain wasn't fast enough to think of a witty thing around alcohol, but I like the name. And thanks for finding me there. We are going to do a lot of photo edits today. I was going to mention I'm testing out a new format. So what you guys can't see is that in my OBS, I've created a vertical format where I'm in part of the screen, I have the photo in the center, and then I have my full display so you can see the entire editing on the top. And I wanted to start recording anytime I'm doing a full-on start to finish photo edits. And so then that way, I can turn that into a little bit of like Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts, or just like share a little bit more of the behind the scenes of how do I get a photo from beginning to end. So we'll talk about that in a bit, but yeah, I will be doing some proper photo edits today throughout my Uganda trip, because we got plenty of photos there. King says, I've been enjoying using my ZR for photography. I've used it more for photography than my Z8. Man, I've been enjoying it for both, right? So the ZR, obviously, it is incredible for the cinematography. It's incredible for the video captures. But if you've seen one of my recent videos, the one about my travel vlog in Munich, you'll notice I was equally taking photos and videos with the ZR. And I really enjoyed the quality that I got from the ZR. It's basically a Z6 III, just in a smaller body. Kavai says, The Bear, where to watch it? Thanks for the recommendation. I think it's on Disney Plus. I don't know where else you can watch it, because I'm in Dubai, so we have all kinds of weird, yeah, it's not like, I don't know. Every country is different, right? But it's on Disney Plus for me, and highly worth it. It's 5 seasons. It just finished, right? So the 5th season was the finale, and it was tight. As in, one, I don't think they wasted any time with each season. I think it was just like literally every year, new season, or maybe slightly even faster it felt, Whereas I know some shows, it feels like in between seasons, you got like 2 years passing or whatever. It's so annoying. And then every episode felt super tight, especially this last season, because it's obviously fresh in my mind. I binged it in one day. I literally just stayed up all night, binge watched the entire final season. So I feel like I can talk about this show forever. Let my ADHD brain settle back down to why did I even bring this up to begin with. The reason is because someone asked about ISO or aperture. I forget why. One thing I find really fascinating about how The Bear is filmed, and I don't know any other good examples of this, because, I mean, to be honest, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but in The Bear, they're consistently filming scenes at the widest aperture possible. Like they're shooting at like f1.2, it feels like, constantly. They'll have a close-up of one of the characters, and they're shooting with like a 1.2, so only a sliver of the guy's eye is in focus. And the moment he moves even slightly, it obviously gets blurry, right? But they're doing it intentionally, and it was definitely noticeable, right? Like it made me notice. I was like, oh, this is something about this feels interesting or different. And it's because they were doing these really tight, wide aperture shots where everything is blurry, a lot of low light situations. And there's a few other things that they did that felt like it was unorthodox at the very least, but it felt intentional. And that does remind me at times, it's like, we're in an art form, right? Whether it's photo editing, video, whatever we do. And it's like, it's totally fine to break the rules, because it is meant to be subjective. It is meant to be a pursuit of like, hey, my cat's coming. Hey, let's say hi to my cat. Look at this guy. Yeah, Skin Pop. What a good boy. All right, let's see if he settles down. I was mentioning, I think last week, I had some of their special snacks on my desk. And so both my cats were going wild, trying to hope for some extra food. And since then, now it's like, I think I might have tricked them into thinking there's going to be more food coming. But we're back to parity. Good boy. So for anyone that's new, this is Kimpap. He's a good boy. He's the youngest of my 2 cats. I don't know how old he is specifically. I don't pay attention to that, unfortunately. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know when their birthdays are. I just have general ideas. So maybe I'm a bad parent. And then the other cat is Nala. If she shows up, I'll make sure to say hi. What flash are you using on the ZR? I have not used a flash on the ZR yet. I do have I think it's a Godox. I do have a Godox flash something. And I used it. I had a photo shoot I got hired to do. But yeah, I don't generally use flashes. Kavai says, talking of, I used my camera as a live cam during my stream. So very cinematic. Maybe I can link you a clip from my channel. Yeah, please send it over. Yeah, man, once you have these beautiful cameras, and also like the tech is getting so good these days that anyone can really get into it. And then if you've got those nice cameras, you have the upper hand for now. Yo, what's happening? We got Swiss Army in the chat as well, watching from 30,000 feet via Apple Vision Pro. Howdy, guys. Yo, well, howdy back at you, Swiss. And that is pretty epic. Where are you off to? Let's see, 30,000 feet. I forget. Oh, no, Fed said he's going to Spain. I'm not sure where you're off to. You know, the Apple Vision Pro, thank you for mentioning that, because I put that as a note for myself. As I've been capturing a lot more of these 360-degree camera footage, there is a thought that I have that at some point I should be almost like, not exclusively, but I should be trying to shoot a lot more in 8K 360-degree with the Osmo and whatever other 360 cameras I have, specifically to make content for these Apple Vision Pros, right? Where you can allow someone to wear a headset and then literally move your head around and see in 360 degrees whatever I was doing. So let's imagine if I was on a chimpanzee trek and I had that 360 camera running at all times. Then it's like you guys would actually get to walk with me through the jungle. And then, you know, when I'm obviously walking forward, so I can only focus in one direction, you could see that chimpanzee that was behind me creeping up on me, or the one off to the side. And I don't know, there's like something really cool about that. And clearly that's the direction that the technology is getting towards, or heading towards. And I think it's also possible already. We watched a YouTube video a few weeks back, briefly showing some of that tech. So yeah, anyways, that's a thought that I have at some point. Swiss says, Texas, shooting a Six Flags. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that. Bro, looking at some of my panoramas on my Vision is incredible. Yeah, I have this 80 image high res of Florence, and it's my home environment now. Nice. Man, tech is getting so crazy. So yeah, I think I need to start preparing for that type of that world. I've never been a big fan of these headset concepts. So like the VR headset, stuff like that, for two reasons. One, it makes me nauseous at times when you're in those VR environments. Augmented, maybe it's different. Mixed reality, maybe it's different. In the VR worlds, it can feel nauseous after a certain amount of time. And number two, at the time, these headsets were super heavy and clunky. So thinking of like having to wear a headset for more than 10 minutes seemed impossible to me, or like beyond uncomfortable. So then I just never really bought into them as a concept. I just didn't think these things will blow up the way that Meta, Facebook, or those guys used to tout themselves as doing. Mixed reality, I feel differently about. So like that whole Meta Ray-Bans, or I guess even the Apple Vision Pro, because it does look like it's a much more lightweight headset. But then also, it's not like you're, walled off to the world. You actually can see what's going on around you. I think that sounds very promising tech-wise. Anyways, but I'm not a tech wizard. I did dabble in that space for a bit, but you come here for the wildlife photography edits, of course. So that's what we're gonna do. All right. So what else? Oh yeah. Over the weekend, I caught up with a few friends. We grabbed some drinks. Caught some of the football matches. Not that I was paying attention. I don't know the first thing about football. So but just grabbed some drinks, caught up with some buddies. It was fun. And I did a little bit of work here and there. A lot of talking to Claude, because up until tomorrow we have Fable. They give you more usage out of Fable. So I've been talking to Claude a lot, with just kind of helping me out with my business stuff. Trying to think through a few different film projects that I would like to take forward, and watched a lot of TV and movies at the same time. So the usual stuff for me. So hopefully everyone else enjoyed their weekends. Happy 4th of July again. So it says it has its usefulness. However, it will take off when Apple drops their upcoming glasses and people solve battery concerns. Yeah, for sure, man. I've always wanted Apple to be the one that comes out with like the Ray-Ban equivalent, you know? I would totally be using that nonstop. So, all right. So that's my quick little catch up. What else are we gonna do? Oh yeah, so I did mention, actually, let me show you guys. I would love your thoughts. Anyone can provide feedback. But as I'm trying to continue to figure out how I can create consistent content that hopefully adds some type of value, I wanted to see if I can record myself while I'm editing photos. Focusing on photos for now, videos in the future, but like how can I create YouTube shorts and Instagram reels where it's a little bit more deep dive into the behind the scenes? Because we're already doing that with live streams. I feel like that's the general trend that will be survivable in the future anyways, is to just showcase more of yourself and not always just showcase the final product on its own, because AI can generate it and people question if it's real or not. I don't know, all the things. So being more human throughout the process and showing people the process, I think I do encourage more people to do that. Yo, we got BC in the chat. BC's gambling away as usual. But you're still over a freaking million PPs. Good on you, man. Happy 4th, BC. Oh, BC, who was it? Someone joined my last stream and they came to my stream because of you. They were recommended to me based on your recommendation. So thank you very much for that, man. We had a good chat. I apologize. I forget the name that comes to mind, but yeah. Here. So hold on. Let me also share a little bit before I go on another tangent. Here, let me hop over here. I want to share with you guys what exactly I'm talking about, because I did this like years ago. I say years ago. I did this maybe like 3 years ago, before I was like, you know, going further into where, like, into YouTube and all the other areas. But I started posting these little before and after segments onto my Instagram stories. And this is, again, without me knowing how to do much of anything. But I figured out how to, I installed OBS at the time. This is before I was like live streaming or anything. But I figured out how to use OBS to show my camera, and then I placed it and I showed me editing and then time-lapsed it. So here, let me bring it over so you guys can see. BC says yes, K7. Was that the name, K7? Honestly, I don't remember. It was from Friday, and hopefully that person comes back. If I see the name in its entirety, it'll ring a bell. Okay, so I wish I could do this more full screen. Let me pause the music. So this is a series that I had started to do a few years back, I think, 172 weeks ago. And it was kind of fun for me. All I did was I recorded myself while I was editing a photo, and then I turned that screen recording, or the OBS recording, I flipped it sideways at the time, and then I time-lapsed it. So I just sped up the entirety of the editing process. So it's not necessarily a tutorial. I'm not here to give you guys, I don't think I don't view myself, I'm not confident enough in myself to say that I'm the person you should listen to for like, hey, here's the best way to edit this or that. BC says he's awesome, and I wanted him to check you out, as he mentioned he was struggling with the idea of if it was worth it to stream video editing. Oh, okay. You know what? I think that was him then. K7. I don't know why I don't know what the full name is, but. So anyways, I did this kind of format. I synced it up to some whatever music that I thought was interesting. I added a few captions about whatever the thought was behind it. And then I just do a nice little before and after reveal at the end. So I'll play out all of these so you guys get a good sense of it. Because this is essentially, I want to maintain this. I want to continue doing this, right? But in a different format. Ideally not in this kind of sideways horizontal format. So yeah, So you would see like, you know, I do the edit, I leave some notes, and this is just for Instagram stories. It was just a way for me to like share with anyone who followed me in a more casual kind of a way. Yo, we got Catanel and Boggin in the chat. Catanel and Boggin, happy Monday. Dude, websites are like $400 per year when you add domains and stuff. That is crazy. That is true. I'm paying for Webflow. I forget how much that cost. But I'm curious nowadays with like AI stuff, like if you could, with your Claude subscription, are you able to build a website much simpler, much cheaper? I don't know. Kavai posting the clip now of my 90D as a live cam. Okay, let me click on that in a second. Let me just play these out first. Catanel and Boggin, hopefully you had a good weekend. Also, Catanel and Boggin, did we ever get to see your wildlife photos from your safari back in the, was it last month? All right, so this is the second one I created, right? So I'll just play these out so you guys see. And so you just get like a, you know, you just see a sped up version of me editing, and then I show a little bit of like before and afters. And you can see I just placed my OBS camera, like my selfie camera was like just where the visual thumbnail is, but so yeah, I would do a number of these, and it was really fun for me. And then I would just share my thoughts behind what I was doing or whatever else. Side note, I can see the silhouette of my cat behind the blinds. This is my old apartment, but yeah, anyways. Yeah, I would do these kind of things. It was really fun. It was really fun to do. And it was just K7 PV production. I think that was him. I said that I would recognize, but it's ringing a bell, but not really. I'll have to double check. Catanel and Boggin says, I'm still working on my website. The photos are now edited. I just need to pick a few for my portfolio. Gotcha. Nice. K7 PvP product. Yo, okay, I do recognize the name because it's coming back to me, because I think I kept saying the guy's name out loud, the fully, because it sounded like a radio talk show or something. K7 PvP production, or I don't know, K7 PV production. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. But thank you. The point is, thanks for sharing that. Another fun thing of doing this was I don't have time, unfortunately, these days to listen to music. I used to listen to music all the time. I mean, music was a big part of my upbringing and one of my first passions. But yeah, I had to sacrifice a lot of things in the pursuit of this, you know, photography, travel, wildlife stuff, whatever. But making these, I got to at least dabble in some trendy, nifty songs that I like, and then try to sync it up to my photo edits. Yeah, I did a number of these. No audio on this one. It must have been. Let's see. A shoebill one. And this is the last one I did. What was this? Oh, Sri Lanka. So anyways, you guys get the point. It was like a fun little series that I had started doing not for any reason besides like I wanted to start getting more comfortable putting my face out there more, showing more of how the sausage is made. And this is before I got more comfortable enough to like talk to the camera. So it's also like a way to encourage more of you guys or anyone who's watching who is maybe interested in becoming, you know, wants to be a YouTuber or like take photography or like social media to the next level. I think you can't survive in this day and age if you're not sharing your voice, your thoughts, your face, you know, like being the face of your channel. It's just going to be harder and harder, especially with AI. So this was my way, at least having a camera recording a time lapse of me working was like one step just to feel more comfortable putting my face out there instead of just showing my photos. And then as I kept doing that, eventually I said, let's now talk to the camera. Let's do a little bit of like selfie vlogging. Let's create a YouTube video where I'm talking to the camera. And then slowly but surely now, you know, obviously I can do these live streams and talk to my camera for hours. Katanellen Boggin says, I sure wish I stayed a little longer to cover the anti-immigrant xenophobic protest going on in South Africa. Is it still going on, or you're saying, have I heard anything about something going on in South Africa? Listen, there's too much xenophobic stuff going around the world. Too much news. It's hard to keep up, you know? But hopefully you got at least some good wildlife photos. All right. So, oh yeah, that's what I shared. And then I wanted to share with you guys, here's something I tested out over the weekend. I want to test it out with you guys while I'm doing a live stream. So it's going to be a bit more complicated, but let me share here. Oops. So I figured out how to like set this up in OBS and then just create like an OBS recording where you would see on the top right, on the top segment, it's my monitor display, so you can see everything that's happening every time I mouse click on anything, it's there. Then in the middle, I figured out on OBS, it's a bit clunky, but I found a way to create a secondary window from Lightroom and just put it on a different monitor, and then in OBS have a window capture of that secondary window of Lightroom, if that makes sense. And so then I had to like finagle it around or just get it rejiggered into that center section. So then as I'm doing edits, it's supposed to update. But as I'm watching this video, I'm seeing nothing changing there. So hold on. Huh. So for some reason in the middle, for the longest time here, oh, okay, the adjustments were too subtle to see. Okay. So then you should see here as I'm clicking on the filter, let's say if I choose this preset, then yeah, you see all my edits appear. So then this gives you like a full screen view of whatever the photo is that I'm working on without any of the mouse clicks, without any of the masks. So you can just see fully whatever it is. And of course, then I have me on the bottom. So then just putting my face into the shot so you can see that this was being done in real time. You know, this was not some like, you know, AI related stuff, but it's just a nice way to be like, hey, here's a glimpse into how does one get a photo completed start to finish. And then I had to do some other really complicated things to get Dehancer to show up in the center screen if I flip over to the Dehancer plugin, but I think I found a way, and I'm going to test it out during today's stream as well to see if I can make it show up. Because now I want to use Dehancer on every one of my photos that I edit. It's been that good for the creative process for me. So anyways, you get the point. I basically created this video, and so then my goal is to, similar to what I just shared on the Instagram stories, how do I then create these little 15-second, 20-second, quick little time-lapse videos showing me going through the entire edit process. And then ideally we can find some either catchy background music, and then possibly I would also record my voiceover just to share a little bit of the behind the scenes behind each of the photos in the series. So then if it's this particular shot of the shoe bill, you would hear the voiceover of me just kind of briefly talking through like, you know, whatever it is, like the struggle I was having with how to edit this or why I went with this creative direction or blah, blah, blah. I don't know yet, but this is one thing we're gonna see if we can work on. And then of course, here's my final photo and the before and after. So then, of course, at the end of each of these, ideally, I can show you guys like, hey, so here's the before and here's the final image. So yeah, this one happened to be a vertical shot, but I'll probably do a mix of like landscape and other stuff, portraits and everything. So that is what I'll be testing today. And I hope it's going to work out because, like I said, the OBS is not necessarily the most, it's a bit finicky. So we're gonna play around with it. But without further ado, we're gonna get into some of that photo editings, like I mentioned. So I forgot, we were starting Sri Lanka on my past few streams, but I forgot that we didn't actually finish editing the photos from Uganda, my most recent trip to Uganda. So, and I need to edit them because I've already handed off all the content to my editor for episode 1 of my travel vlog series, from where I traveled to Munich, Uganda, and Tanzania across 2 months, very recently. So I need to edit all the relevant photos, the videos I've already edited and sent to him, so that way we can place them into each episode when appropriate. So we're gonna crack through these photos. So I have shortlisted it was almost 4,600, I think 4,600 photos that I took in Uganda recently. Of that 4,600 photos, we have narrowed it down to just over 1,000 photos. Excuse me. And of the 1,000 photos, of course, it's gonna shrink down quite significantly because there's a lot of almost duplicates. I'm a machine gun shooter when it comes to, I'm a spray and, what do we call it? The spray and prayer type shooter. So most likely we're going to end up with like maybe, I don't know, 50 to 100 top photos that are the ones that I'll end up showcasing. So let's say I've already shown you guys this photo is the one I edited in full. I think it turned out quite nicely, if I do say so myself. And again, shout out to Dehancer for giving me that extra spice on the shot. And while we do that, before I get started, we have to open up a few different YouTube videos that we can watch and listen to while we're editing. What should we watch? I've got 3 videos loaded up, but let's see what else is being recommended to me. Why I didn't buy TED. I don't know what that's about. What is the best aperture for filmmaking? Ooh, I need to know this. And we were just talking about this. What's in my camera bag? I should do a what's in my camera bag. I feel like that's like the typical standard YouTuber video content. I came face to face with a spirit bear. Interesting. The internet is dead and nobody cares. Ooh. Maybe. This is why I shoot macro. That could be interesting. Okay, I think I have enough videos loaded up. Let's go check them out. Oh yeah, starting with Casey Neistat. All right, so another change I made to the streaming overlay is when we're in this edit mode, you should be able to see on the top right is where I'll play the YouTube video while we're doing all of our fun edit stuff. So let's go ahead and start this video. And which photo should I start editing with? Let me double check. Did I do the denoising on everything? Yeah. All right, we'll start with this photo. Why not?
How hot is it? Hot enough to cook an egg on the street.
That's nothing. I grew up doing that.
This is 10-10 wins. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
The heat dome is indeed upon us.
With the dangerously high temperatures.
Some dangerous heat levels.
Hottest temperatures really in 14 years.
This is dangerous heat.
hot does a surface need to be to cook an egg on it?
Around 150 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit.
This isn't just a street, there are these metal plates on the street and there's steam coming up. So this might be the hottest street in all of New York City. Alright, making lunch. Behind me here is the Brooklyn Bridge City Hall subway station. Now, according to Google, this is one of the hottest subway stations in the city. Outside, it's currently about 105 degrees. None of the subway stations are air conditioned because they're all open. You just like walk in. Ooh. It is swampy down here. Not bad. What's amazing?
Jesus, 106. One thing I don't know, because I keep waffling on this, I don't know if I want to go with a very saturated look like we see here, or if I want to go with a more muted, dark look. Like, where is it? Like with this as the baseline. And I've had some enjoyment with both approaches. I just haven't made up my mind yet. For now, I think we're going to stick to this kind of style, and then we'll see.
Is the disparity between the subway platform and being on the train. 34-degree difference between the platform and on the train. This is the New York City Public Library, one of New York City's designated cooling centers. So if you're really hot and you need some place to go, you go in there, and then it's outside the library, it's about 112 degrees. Huh.
Thing there?
Yeah, it has a motor on it.
Nah, it's not allowed in the building.
I can't bring this in?
No.
All right, let me just check the temperature.
Not even for Casey?
Bags open, everyone.
71 degrees in here. I said to that guy, stay cool, and he said, I'm always cool.
There's so many
Times Square
characters in
temp
New York
check,
City.
106.5 degrees. This is a cooling tent. Something. 101 degrees. This is Central Park's sheep meadow. And the sheep meadow is usually like where you come on a hot summer day in New York City to like hang out, throw a frisbee. What's surprising is that it's empty. The whole city's empty. Everywhere I've skated around is just empty. This might be one of the quietest days I've ever seen in New York. Obviously, because I guess people are just staying inside today. How many miles are you running today?
15, hopefully.
15?
Yes.
Why would you pick today, of all days, to run 15 miles?
Well, you have to get the mileage in eventually.
Linus, good luck with the long run.
Yo, what's happening, Cyronius? Cyronius in the chat. Oh, Kavai, I was supposed to check out your stuff.
They're swimming in the fountain in Washington Square Park.
One second, let me pause this. I totally forgot. Kavai had sent a link about, I think, his stream quality. I was gonna check it out and I forgot. Where is the link? There it is. It's from your 90D as a live camera. Okay, can I open it from here? 90D. Cyronius, I just posted my custom X3000 case. Damn, you guys are doing some crazy things here. Hold on, let's check this out. So this is from Kavai's stream. Yo, that's good ass quality. Damn. From your 90D. Man, look at that husky. Man, I wish I was filming sled dogs. Yeah, this is really good quality. This gives me hope that when I do my wildlife safari streams, that hopefully the quality will be okay. Because you never know, right? You assume it's going to get throttled just to get it onto a stream. But this looks great. Nice, man. And then Cyronius had sent something. Let's check that out. Happy 4th of July weekend, Cyronius. Or belated 4th of July. Hopefully you feel freer than free. As one does. In the land of the free, they say. Alright, this is what? The HDR AS300 FDR X3000. Man, what a mouthful. What is this? Oh, this is the Sony, or this is the thing that you, the shoulder camera. Gotcha, gotcha. Interesting. What's that front thing for? Oh, nice. You got your name on it and everything. Oh, this is pretty badass as well. Damn, you guys all doing crazy stuff here. So Cyronius, I'm currently doing a photo editing session and I'm going to be recording. It's currently recording. So then I'll basically do like a time lapse. And I want to see if I can turn those into like quick little Instagram reels or YouTube shorts. It lets you put a lens cap cover. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Can you put can you put like an ND filter on it then? Oh yeah, you can. It's a 58mm filter, Fred.
All right, this massive traffic jam right here. These are all people waiting to get on the Holland Tunnel. This is everyone trying to leave New York City right now. And it's just jammed as far as the eye can see.
Okay, I don't want to spend too much time. So let's say we're good with this. So let's say this is like where I'm like, okay, here's where I would stop from a creative perspective within Lightroom. I'm happy with how this looks, all intents and purposes. Okay, cool. Now, let's say if I want to edit within Dehancer. So here I'd have to click on this, and I believe I have a shortcut that I have to press now. So once this goes, I can see over on OBS. And then once Dehancer pops open, I hit the shortcut. Come on, Dehancer. Oh yeah, it's open. There we go. You guys can't see anything, but basically I just switched something in my vertical OBS scene. So now the middle section will show basically just here. And then we can have some fun choosing the different presets, seeing what we like. Let's turn this on. And then let's keep playing the video.
I gotta install this. You see, yesterday my air conditioner exploded. My air conditioner's on fire. Oh god.
Dude, what a nightmare.
Should have cleaned that up.
In the
worst heat wave in a decade in my air.
Oh yeah, I don't even have to say
I wish you could smell what it smells like in here.
Yo, that's a nightmare. Heat wave and the thing that's supposed to keep it cool is on fire. I do love how Casey can turn anything on.
I don't want to find air conditioners.
That is definitely a talent. Sayroni says, lets you, getting some doubled audio, by the way. Ooh, thank you for letting me know. Where's it coming from? What do I have turned on? Oh, okay, the screen capture at the end here. Let's turn that off. Okay, can you let me know if it's fixed? 1 second.
Degrees. Excellent. He's gotta be hot up there. How do you handle the heat on a day like today? You look hot right now.
How do I handle the heat? I try to tons of water. My partner, he always holding me down. Like, share, subscribe. The best dude ever.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate
Take
you.
care. Stay cool,
Love your
guys.
videos.
Stay cool.
See, everybody knows.
Do you know where those, like, the sprinkler caps for the hydrants? Do you know if any are set up around here?
Typically, we can get requested.
So if someone wants one, you like teach them how or whatever.
No, we because some of them only we could turn on.
Oh. So it's a bit of a New York City tradition to open up fire hydrants, and then the kids like play in the street in the fire hydrant water. But if you just open up a fire hydrant and let it flow, it'll release 1,000 gallons of water every minute. So they put these special sprinkler caps on them, and it's only like 20 gallons a minute, and kids can play in it and stuff. And the city kind of sanctions it. You just go to a firehouse and they like set it up for you. Did you guys set this up, or the fire department do it? You guys did this. It's 106 degrees right here. Okay, here's my hot take on New York City in the summer. If you're a tourist and you want to come visit this city, come in the peak of the summer. No one is here. The city is completely yours. You get restaurants, reservations, there's like, you won't get pushed off the sidewalk. Come in the summer because every New Yorker leaves. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. How you doing? It's good. To JFK. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, I think I did it. Let's see if it worked out.
150 to 160 degrees.
So, this is what I just recorded in OBS. Now the audio is unnecessary. I need to figure out how to just turn that off. Basically now, oh, okay, one other issue is, okay. I am getting a bit of a glare on my camera here at the bottom. That's because I'm using the teleprompter in front of my camera. And since I'm watching a YouTube video, when it has some light reflection, I guess it'll pop through. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I can see how that can be a bit distracting. I think I can live with it. And the reason I'm testing this, not that anyone's asking, but let's say if I can work with this format and I can, tighten it up where it's a rinse and repeat. So imagine anytime I'm editing one of my photos, you never know what's going to turn out really good, right? Some of these will look ass, but then for every ass, there might be one that's, okay, I was going to go somewhere with it, but some of these will be nice final products. So for that, it'd be good if I end up recording it in a way where everything is captured cleanly, as you can see here. There's a few things I need to tweak and stuff, but whatever. Generally speaking, this format I think is probably one that I want to stick with. And so then, what this means is it can be very easy to create some quick little Instagram stories, Instagram reels, YouTube shorts, more digestible content. Technically, I guess I could post it onto Twitch as well. I need to learn about posting stuff onto Twitch as like do they have a name for like their short stuff? But anyways, So yeah, if I can figure this out, then, and if I can work with my editor to see if he can continue the tradition that I started of like time-lapse style, find some nice music, sync it up, and at the very end, we show the before and after of the shot, then perfect. I can take this forward across all my photos. And then it's like, finally, I'm doing the thing that I struggle with all the time of like making your content work for you kind of a thing. So how do you turn what you're already doing into stuff that's that goes towards your you know, whatever you're pursuing. So yeah, so anyways, I'm going to keep trying this. And then what else should I see here? Okay, so for this was 12.5 minutes. So I just recorded the past 12.5 minutes. And in that 12.5 minutes, it was less than 2 gigabytes. All right, that's actually really, that's clean. That's definitely feasible for me. So 2 gigabytes for 12.5 minutes of edits. All right. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a repeatable format. So I am happy. Also, my cats are hanging out right now, so let's say hi. We got Kimbap here. Hold on, I gotta fix the autofocus. Hey, buddy. Yo, look at this cutie. Good boy. All right, so my cats are hanging out with me today. Oh, and then, of course, is this the first time? Oh, no, I think Nala was on earlier. We've got Nala. I mentioned this before, but after I came back from my 2 months of traveling, my cats kind of changed preferences. Nala doesn't mind either bed, but she did hop over to this other bed now. So here's Nala, and then Kimbap. Good boy. Yeah. All right. So, anyways, format works. The question is how. I have 1,000 photos, so I don't think it makes sense to be recording every single one. It's more of just like maybe I should pick and choose, and then some of these I'll end up just wanting to copy and paste. Oh, I should do that from the beginning. Okay, we'll think through this. One thing I also don't know is, do I want to keep it in this kind of landscape format, or maybe I should. I don't want to always do this. I don't want to force it, but maybe I should prioritize vertical photos, like you know, to fit the full screen of your phone, especially if I'm going to be posting these for like YouTube Shorts and Reels. I think that kind of makes sense, right? So let me record again, just to see if we can get a different angle here, because I did kind of stick this into a 16:9 landscape, but let's do a 9:16. Can it fit? No, so let's just do the next best thing. What about a 3:4? How does a 4:5 look? I think we prefer a 3:4. I think we want to move it a bit this way. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. All right. I'm a happy camper. Okay, so then one thing I might do is I want to double check how did I edit some of my other photos here. So let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Like, do I have examples from my, like this one? I ended up really liking how I edited this one. Probably want to keep this in many respects, right? I'll see if I can recreate it though. Yeah, this one turned out good. But you can see this is how I edited the photo last time, and now we went with the different approach. Nothing wrong with either, really. It's just interesting to see what I can do this time. Okay, let's say if this one's done. 5, 7. See, I think I kind of like this version more. Right? I think I like this version more. So I think I like it when there's more light coming in from the top right. So let's let's try doing that. So imagine if I that shot. Let's go with this. Let's say I'm going to edit this in Dehancer. For Dehancer, what is it? There we go. All right. Yeah, you know what? I think I prefer this way. But one thing, I might not want to put too much of the grain effect. So let me double check some of the others, but I think we like the first one. Yeah, I tend to like the Kodak. But let's turn off the grain. Yeah, this one's much better without the grain, actually. Well, let's see. Hold on. Maybe if I apply 65. A little bit of grain is not bad, right? Let's see. Okay, we'll do no grain on this one. But besides that, I think I'm a fan of how this looks, so I'm going to go ahead and hit OK on this. Yeah, this is the winner, I think. Cool, cool.
Before you...
Oh, and then there's a new Gox art video. I feel like this guy, Gox Art, he seems to me to be one of the most creative YouTubers in the space, at least in the kind of world that I guess I pay attention to. This dude is very inspiring, and the content he comes out with, it's like, my God, the amount of thought that goes into him. And again, I appreciate that he always feels like he's always pushing the envelope, right? So even in this video that I'm just starting, he's shooting in an interesting aspect ratio. So kind of breaking the mold even from the beginning. Let's check it out.
Before you see,
you listen.
You listen. Sound creates atmospheres. It builds worlds. It makes you feel what is out of frame. But there is one type of sound I would like to focus on. The most abstract and possibly the most powerful of them all. Music has no language. It flows through time. It's purely abstract. And still, it has the power of creating complex emotions. How many of the greatest works of art have been directly influenced by the music their creators listened to while making them? How much would they have changed if they had listened to something different? One thing I know for certain, music has shaped everything I have ever made. 1 year ago, I began writing my first film. During that time, I also discovered a Swedish trio who creates minimal acoustic pieces. I ended up writing the script with their music always playing in the background. How much of my film was influenced by their sound? They ended up creating the score for the film. With just a few notes, textures, and rhythms, they build tension, elevate the story.
His movie is called Cuerda Manual Wind, 2026 to be premiered. Man, I would love to watch it. This guy honestly feels like so ahead of his time. He's just, yeah, crazy creative.
And create emotion. That's how I discovered ambient music. That was the moment I became obsessed with it. I now wanted to make music myself. My dream was that one day I would be able to score my own videos. So I got my first synthesizer. I do not know any music theory. I don't know what scales are. What is syncopation? How do you make chord progressions? But I know how to pair sound with image. Every time I travel, I capture thousands of gigabytes worth of footage. That's my way of making them last forever. It's an exact reproduction of what I saw. But how could I convey what I felt? I chose two of my trips, the countryside and the jungle, because maybe the best way to express these memories is by creating a fictional score for a somewhat fictional film. My tools for this task are the following.
Music bed.
The big synth for crafting big,
oh, he's like
complex
just
sounds.
properly making his own music.
The small one for playing weird noises and textures. Now, just as importantly, what do I use to display that sound on? I could use my Bose headphones. Pristine sound quality. I can take them wherever I want. I can lock myself in the music or be a part of what surrounds me. A perfect candidate to produce my track. I could use my earbuds or even the open version. I can be fully immersed in the world while listening to tracks for inspiration. Just like having a soundtrack of my life. All those are wonderful options, and I will use them for different parts of the process. But I will craft my track for one particular sound system. The centerpiece is the soundbar. The moment you turn it on, the music reshapes the room. The subwoofer hits. You feel the bass in your chest. The sound grows. It wraps around you. The two lifestyle speakers kick in. Right, left. Suddenly, your living room turns into the music, into the film. I want this experience for my score, so the Bose Lifestyle Collection is my system of choice. So if you would like to listen to it and to this video as intended,
is this sponsored by Bose?
Check out the link in the description.
It is.
And build your sound system yourself. Thank you Bose for making this video possible.
Nice.
I started by testing some sounds I could use. Not this one. No. No.
I like that.
And I found it. I began making a sequence. Separate notes. Minimal. Then I learned that chords are just a combination of notes played at the same time. Major chords sound happy. Minor chords sound sad. Those are the ones that my images convey. It adds dramatism to the track. I began creating a chord progression. And then a build-up. I decided to also create a cover for my track. A collage with 3 pictures from those trips. Something that looks like the sound. Something that feels like a memory. Now I just needed to build an arrangement. To attach videos to my sound. And for the first time in my life,
I made music.
To see my footage. With a track I made myself.
Does this man know no limits? Oh shoot, what did I just hit? So if I'm to understand, this song that's playing right now is what he made. If so, I mean, pretty damn good. It feels so, what do you call it, ambient music? So right now I'm just basically doing a bit of manual contrast work on my shot here. So I'm just putting the exposure all the way to maximum so I can see my effects, but then obviously I'll tone it back down so it's not going to look this ridiculous. It's just like a manual way to pinpoint where I want certain parts of my image to be brighter and other parts that should be darker. And usually I just kind of pinpoint the areas that are already bright and make it slightly brighter. And then the areas that are darker, I try to make it slightly
Welcome back to Zambia.
All right, Zambia.
I returned to 2 extraordinary national parks, South Luangwa and my favourite, Lower Zambezi. This is one of the best places in Africa to see wild leopards. A place where the dust glows gold in the evening light where every drop of water becomes a gathering place for wildlife, and where every safari feels like stepping into a nature documentary. It is so nice to be back in Zambia. Yesterday we arrived at the Lower Zambezi National Park. We're staying at a camp called Anabizi, and we're staying next to this amazing forest.
So these are things that I need to take notes of as well. So sometimes I do want to watch these kind of travel vlogs because obviously I have to make my own travel vlogs. I've got 2 years, over a dozen countries, 150 terabytes at this point of footage, I think. And we've scratched the surface. So right now I'm working on Sri Lanka, and then I'm working on the Uganda / Tanzania / Munich. But notes to self going forward as I do my future trips. I ideally want to have a number of shots just like she's doing here, where it's either locked off on a tripod and then I'm just speaking, giving an update. So I can do like daily updates, which I've done a little bit of for my recent trips, but then maybe I should do one of these videos where I'm just like, hey, welcome guys, and then give the context out in the field as opposed to once I'm back home.
Very nice to be back in Zambia. Yesterday we arrived at the Lower Zambezi National Park. We're staying at a camp called Anabizi, and we're staying next to this amazing forest. I'm so pleased we've got 6 days here, and in 2 days our photography workshop arrive. Hannah and I are hosting an 8-day workshop. I'm not sure how much vlogging I'm going to be able to do over the next 8 days, because the focus will be the guests and doing photography all together.
She's basically doing what I'm aspiring to do, or I mean, I've done it already, but not consistently enough to say that I do it properly. So it looks like she's doing it properly, right? Because she's much bigger. She's got 260,000 subscribers. So, but basically what she's explaining so far is what I hope to do throughout every year, where I host a number of group photography trips and hopefully use that time dedicated to getting those people having the best experience possible, and then trying to vlog as much as I can in between, and then hopefully while I'm traveling to those countries using that time to also tie up with like different film projects or things like that.
I know we're going to have an amazing trip because there is just so much wildlife here. It is so easy to do a photography workshop when there is just wildlife everywhere. I'm super happy to be back, and I'm very excited to see what we're going to find. Last year we had wild dogs play fighting in the sunset, 14 lions on a buffalo kill.
Damn.
Anything can happen.
She said 8 days. I need to take notes.
Straight in. Our guide Costain picked us up from the airstrip. And as soon as we arrived, we were out on our first safari drive.
That's a good ass shot. And again, this is where I get jealous about because she said it was 2 people, her and someone named Hannah, I think I heard her say. But yeah, I think that's the sweet spot. Sweet spot is traveling with one other person as a crew. So then you guys can film each other to get those like much needed B-roll behind the scenes captures, like what she's doing right here. This is like perfect. But as a solo traveler, it's a little bit more challenging. So I'll find a way.
So we just got the radio call that they found the lions, and we're heading there now.
Last year, when I visited Lower Zambezi, there was far less water, so driving through these flooded tracks felt incredibly magical. We soon found the Lion Pride. All with wonderfully full, satisfied bellies.
Oh, so jealous. That's a good ass sighting. Damn.
The cubs were happily playing with the remains
Man, how come I don't
of a
get sightings
warthog.
like that?
The incredible thing is that this is the very same pride I saw last year. And these cubs were only 5 months old back then. They've grown so much. and they're right on our doorstep. It is 5:30 and our guide is here to collect us. It is 6 o'clock, the sun is about to rise and we're heading off for our first drive. We actually had a pretty insane afternoon yesterday with the 13 lions, and the exciting thing is that they're actually the lions we saw last year, and so the cubs have grown up and it's amazing to see them again. And the aim for this morning is to try and find them again. Today. Off we go! I think morning drives are my favourite.
Hells yeah.
The air is cool and crisp. And after a coffee and a small bite to eat, you're straight out looking for wildlife.
That's where I disagree with her approach. Every time I do a wildlife safari, I go on an empty stomach. And I realize I'm an outlier. Every safari I've done beforehand, people grab coffee and a bite. I just prefer empty stomach. I don't know. Everyone's got their style. But yeah, because everyone always looks at me funny when it's like, wait, you don't want any coffee at all? And it's like, yeah. I'll let the wild wake me up. And it does for me. Creating a new
we
image.
Continued with our drive,
so there are some
and found
little quirks like that I don't like.
ground hornbills. Actually, we heard them before we saw them. Their deep, booming calls echoed through the forest as they wandered through the grass searching for insects.
Alright, so no halation. But the bloom, I think I like the bloom effect.
The southern ground hornbill's booming call can travel several kilometers, helping family groups stay in contact across the African bush. Their bright red throat pouch also becomes even more vibrant during the breeding season.
Okay, you know what we're watching right now? This is fantastic. I really like it. It's a lovely bit of storytelling and nice visuals to kind of ground you in the moment. This is something I do as well, which is encouraging because it's like, okay, I feel like if I continue doing those types of videos on YouTube, well, I don't know, it could, who knows, right? The landscape's different. Clearly this lady, she's been doing this a while and she's one of the successful examples. For every success, maybe there's a lot of shitty ones like me. But if I keep going that direction, I think I can, hopefully we can get to her status. Because even the footage she's showing here, I have like literally similar types of shots. Obviously different moments, but I have all these nice moments of like even the ground hornbill. I have a number of these shots of the hornbill hunting and walking around, flying and stuff. So I think we can do it. Guys, those of you who've been supporting my channel as we actually technically I'm in the second year of YouTube, but I'm almost at 10,000 subscribers, okay? Who knows when, at some point, we're going to reach 260,000 like Danny Connor Wild, okay? And then you'll look back at this moment and be like, I was there. I was a part of that. I remember when he only had 10,000 subscribers, okay? We're going to get there. And this is what, 16 minutes long? Yeah, so it all follows the same exact formula. For those of you who are newer to me, I hope you do check out my YouTube channel. If you want to see some of the previous like travel vlogs that I've done, the first one I ever started with was, I think it was like 7-part series in Uganda. And I just like explored different parts of Uganda, turned them into my own little travel vlogs, which were each roughly the same thing, like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes long. And then I did one in India, one in Tajikistan, two in Mongolia, and then one in Munich. And now we're working on a Sri Lanka one, and then also working on another Uganda one. So let me know your thoughts. Let me know how I can improve. Rogondo says, HU, Yobel. Did you mean to put FU? Hi, Yobel. What is your best noise reduction numbers in DaVinci, and what type? Ooh, that's a good question. Here, let's open up DaVinci so I can show you. Thanks for the question. And I think this photo edit is done anyways. Let me double check. Do I want to do anything else to this shot? I think it looks fantastic. Maybe I'll see if I can apply a bit more lighting on the top now. Just an extra bit of like a softer... Yeah, I want to make it look a little bit misty. And let's turn this down just a bit. Nothing too crazy. And then let's add that mist effect. Let's turn that down a bit. Nothing too crazy. Yeah. I think so. Going once, going twice. Sold. This is beautiful. I like it. So shout out to Dehancer and myself, but I think this one's going to be a good one. Let me close off the recording. And there's another... Okay, give me a second. I have to download a new DaVinci Resolve. Where'd it go? Okay, I think it's doing it on the side. Okay, so to answer your question, yo, what's happening? We got Beatty in the chat. Long time no see. Hello, Beatty. How have you been? Which one should I open up? Let's open up. BD says, hello. Hope you are all well. Well, BD, happy belated 4th of July. I hope you enjoyed whatever the festivities were, wherever you are. Oh, shoot. I have to connect one of my hard drives to get to this. Which hard drive is this? Okay, let me open up a different file that Sri Lanka should be available. So then Rogondo's asked, okay, so my best noise reduction numbers in DaVinci. Let's just double check then. So this was one of my older trips. Older trips, does that make sense? Grammatically? This is one of my older trips? Because you don't say younger trips, right? So maybe I'm making up stuff. Here, let me just open up one of the files that I know has some like dark footage to play with. Is there any at 60 frames? There we go. Okay. So let's take a look at this shot here. We got a leopard, pretty dark-ish. So this one I shot with the Nikon Z9, and I do have a little node here for noise reduction. What do I have it currently defaulted to? I have it defaulted to, and I've heard different things on this, by the way, so everything I'm about to say, grain of salt, right? There are better teachers out there. I am still, I would call it like about an intermediate level. I've been doing this maybe a year and a half or so of like taking DaVinci more seriously and color grading and all that. So within this particular shot, let's say I have a node for noise reduction, and I actually have it using both. There's the temporal noise reduction and the spatial. For the spatial, I have it set to 10 on the threshold, and the mode is for better, and radius is medium as just default. And then on the temporal noise reduction, I have it currently set to 5 frames. Motion is set to better, and motion range is large. It might not need to be large though. And I have it defaulted to 5. However, when I was editing some of my footage recently, depending on how low light of a shot I'm dealing with, sometimes I've pushed it even to like 30, 40 on both spatial and temporal threshold. And then actually, let's see how it turned out. I could show you this actually. Give me a second. Keep in mind, actually, it probably won't actually, I'm saying actually a lot. It probably won't look good because I exported into like a smaller proxy file size, like 1080p. But it doesn't hurt to double check. Let's see. Nikon ZR. Beatty says, I was working a show, so... Here, I'll find the right. Let me just find a clip to point to. Yeah, so these turned out all right. There was pretty low light situation. BD said, I was working a show, so not much to enjoy, but thanks. Well, listen, I mean, happy 250th. Our country has survived that long. That's good. Roganda asked, what is the difference of large and medium? Spatial makes it more soft, right? Ooh, you know what? I don't actually have a good answer for you, but we're going to look this up right now. Let's just Google this. DaVinci Resolve, what is spatial noise reduction versus temporal noise reduction? And what are the key use cases for both? Temporal noise reduction analyzes multiple frames over time. Okay, so temporal for time makes sense. It compares adjacent frames to tell the difference between the actual movement and random digital noise. It averages out the noise while preserving fine details. Interesting. So on the surface of it, it sounds like that would be one that I want to use quite often. Let's read spatial though. Spatial noise reduction analyzes a single frame. It looks at neighboring pixels inside the same frame to smooth out grainy, blocky, or pattern noise. So in my world, or when I think about what that means, I can see value in both. And it definitely sounds like, like when would you want to use it? If you have a lot of motion in your shot, then I guess temporal makes more sense. But does that make sense? Okay, temporal. Rogano's asking, spatial makes it more soft, right? Both will make it soft, but the question is like, when is it better to use one over the other? Temporal noise reduction, how it works. It stacks frames and looks for what changes. Okay, so if a pixel changes, it is motion. If it stays the same but blinks randomly, it is noise. Oh, wait. So I can see how temporal might be useful if you're locked off. Like imagine if you're on a tripod, so there's no motion or there's minimal motion, then would it be better to use temporal noise reduction? Because then it has a better understanding of when a pixel changes. And assuming it changes, then it could more strongly assume that's noise as opposed to motion. Let's see. Key use case. Use this as a primary noise cleaner for general video. It's great for interviews, slow camera pans, and static shots where the background stays still. Yes. Okay, so my logic held so far. So yeah, Rogandos, it sounds like you want to use the temporal noise reduction whenever you have minimal motion in your shot. So yeah, because then it has a better understanding of motion over time. The catch, if subjects move too fast, temporal noise reduction can cause ghosting, a faint trailing blur behind the subject. Okay, spatial noise reduction. It acts like a digital filter that blurs harsh, distracting pixels together within one picture. Use this to clean up the noise that temporal noise reduction leaves behind. Ooh, okay, so it looks like my approach was solid in that you should be using both together. So it's saying use this to clean up the noise that temporal leaves behind. It's also great for scenes with extremely fast motion or for tackling colored grain and sensor noise inside shadows. The catch, if you push it too high, it blurs the image and makes faces look like plastic. So yeah, and like I said, what I found was usable is when I push it to like around 30 each, like 35 on each of these, I find it's still pretty usable. Like the footage looks pretty decent, but it's been a while since I've done a real double click into that and seeing like how true it is. I was hoping I can show you some examples from my recent travel, but the problem is these are all shot in like 1080 super low bit rate because I was trying to preserve file size. These are more just to send to my editor. But like the beauty of when I'm shooting in the jungle for these chimps, usually we're talking pretty low light situation. Like sometimes I'm shooting at the 6400 ISO. And the good news is I was shooting with the Nikon ZR and that proved to be really powerful. I was able to get some really clean image quality. I don't even know what I shot this at. I don't know if this is a 6400 ISO or 800 to start with, but there must be a better example I can show. Maybe from the next day.
Please.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this was pretty low light. Shoot, I don't remember if this was 800 or 6400, but it was a pretty low light situation, and I feel like I did apply some noise reduction to this one. So it's slightly soft at points, but it's fine because it's like, you know, it's in motion most of the time. Yeah, it'll be hard for me to tell until I look at like the original 4K footage and stuff. The problem is I don't have the hard drive connected yet. Kavai says, want to review my clip now? Maybe, just curious. Wait, is this the clip that we looked at earlier, or is this a new clip? Rogando says, got it, sir. Thank you. For vlog, I might use spatial ? What is your ND filter? Hold on one second. Let me click on Kavai's link. Kavai, is this the one? We clicked on a link that showed an example. Let's see. I don't know if that's the one, or maybe you were not there. I thought, was I talking to you when we looked at it? Let's see.
Back now. Is the audio good?
Oh yeah, Kavai, we watched this. I think you had dropped out. We were because Cyrones also mentioned that the quality is very good, and I was saying like, man, this is encouraging for once I do my wildlife safaris with the live streams, because like the question was like, would a live stream throttle the quality? Like you won't be able to get, for example, like a raw, R3D codec captures, but this looks very good. I'm like, damn, okay, yeah, but yeah, it's very, very good. I think the other thing I mentioned is that I feel like using this camera will definitely make your live stream stand out compared to, let's say if you're typical IRL streamer, if they're using like an iPhone or even like the pocket cameras and stuff nowadays. With the proper mirrorless, with a nice ass, if you get like a nice 2.8 lens or something like that, you can get some really clean image like this. This looks great, man. And always a good lesson for wildlife or animal photography, videography stuff, going for those low angle shots. So you try to get to that eye level perspective as much as you can. So you did a good job there. So excellent to kind of go from a higher angle, try to drop yourself down, get that low or at least eye level shot. Because then you get better separation from the background, because then the background it could eventually be the horizon itself, depending on where you're sitting or standing. But then also you make the subject look larger or more, in your face. And yeah, looks good, man. Sorry, Rogandos, you said for vlog I might use spatial, and then what is your ND filter? Oh yeah. So I did want to share that because what's the best way to show it? Okay. Right now the ND filter is being used on one of my cameras. So right now this capture here is using one of my ND filters. It is the Freewell V2 3 to 7 stop variable ND filter / color polarizer. That's a mouthful, and it's also magnetic. I'm actually currently working on putting a YouTube video, a few videos together, showcasing the quality of the Freewell. Actually, I don't think I have a, let's see, if I type Freewell, does anything pop up? Damn it. I think they did give me an affiliate link. So Rogandos, if you are interested in maybe purchasing an ND filter, do let me know and I'm going to send you a link. I forget if they said there's a discount associated with it. Maybe not. But let me show you what I mean. Bum, 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 bum. Osmo Nano Freewell. So it's going to be a while before it's fully, like, I'm working on this now, so I'm working with my editor. Hopefully we'll punch out a video very shortly. But you can see the ND filter in front of my camera right now. So this is the Freewell V2. So you screw it onto the front of your lens. You know, you get like the correct adapter thread size, but it works like a charm. Prior to this, I mean, I still have it. I used both for a comparison and just in general. I've been using the Polar Pro 2 to 5 stop variable ND filter. I have one that's a 2 to 5 variable ND, and then I have another that's a 2 to 5 variable ND plus color polarizer. And up until I tried the Freewell, I mean, I've been really happy with the quality. The quality is top notch. It's just really damn expensive. Then Freewell approached me and they sent me this product for free in exchange for, you know, me testing it out and then giving my honest opinion on it. And honestly, I love this. And I was able to actually shoot with this and the Polar Pro at the same time to get a good sense. Like, you know, I was indiscriminate, really. Like, I don't care. Whatever gives me the better results. I felt the quality was actually, like, indiscernible. Like, they both did the job. Now, the benefit of this one, the Freewell, is that it's 3 to 7 stops. So you get a lot more ability to block out light compared to a 2 to 5, right? You get 2 extra stops of light. And I don't think having a 2 stop makes that much of a difference. I prefer 3 to 7 versus a 2 to 5 is what I'm saying. And then couple things. One, I really appreciate with the Freewell. I wonder if I know I have some examples at different times that I show. It's got this like magnetic lid that you slap off like that. One thing I wish is I had a pocket. I was talking about this with some other chatters. I need somewhere to hold on to that lens cap. But that's not a Freewell problem. That's just a normal problem. Let me see. Secure. All good. Because one thing I was going to mention is, oh yeah, so when I'm taking that front lid off, it's really nice. It's just a magnetic thing. It snaps on and off, and that's it. With the Polar Pro, the problem is to get the lens cap off the front, you have to squeeze 2 sides and then twist it and then pull it off. So it's good in the sense that it doesn't just accidentally fall off your lens, but it's bad in that doing that extra step means that every time you put the lens cap on and you want to take it off, you're messing up whatever stop that you were shooting at, right? So let's say if you're filming a scene and you had it set to like roughly around 3 stops on your Polar Pro variable ND filter, and then you put the lens cap on, and then, okay, 5 minutes later, you need to shoot again. Just the act of trying to twist that lens cap off, you're probably twisting away from the 3 stop that it was at originally, and it could be anywhere now, right? It could be at 2 stop, it could be at 4 or 5 stop. So then what ends up happening is that once I hit record, I'm in a different setting entirely because I twisted the stop. So then you'll end up with something different from the previous shot, and then you'll also have to spend a little bit of time just readjusting to get to the right focus and all that, or the right exposure. So it's like a minor detail, but when I was able to use both of these back to back, it did make a difference, or I could actually see why the system that Freewell has is much better compared to the Polar Pro system. Because it's just a magnetic thing. You snap it off. It's on there really strongly, but you just pull it off and then you put it back on whenever you're not using it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, long-winded, but Freewell V2, 3:7 stop, variable ND filter, plus color polarizer, and it's magnetic. I think I have to throw that magnetic somewhere in that title. But yeah, anyways. Thank you for the question, Rogandos. I hope, hopefully it was helpful. But we did learn. It was helpful for me because I did learn the difference between a temporal noise reduction and spatial. But either way, you should be using both, it sounds like, when you need it. All right, let's keep watching this. Oh, shoot. I was on the wrong screen. Whoops. Well, it doesn't matter. I was just talking through it. Okay, one random comment. It's not even a criticism, really. It's just a point of observation. When it comes to choosing soundtracks, I'm realizing more and more that we all think alike. Because this soundtrack that's playing right now for her video, I'm pretty sure I've used it. I just don't remember which one, but I've heard the song. So I know I've downloaded, I've used it myself. And I feel like I've heard other people use it. And you do get that sense that over time, especially for like wildlife, especially Africa, like if you're doing an African safari, I think most people, including myself, we just kind of decide, okay, whatever sound platform I'm using, let's type in Africa. And then there'll be a number of these African sounding soundtracks. And then we just choose from those. And we do it for a reason, right? It makes sense. You're in Africa, you want something that fits the culture. But unfortunately, it's not like there's an infinite number of choices, and it sounds like everyone's using the same goddamn sound library. So then it's harder and harder to, you know, pick something that's more, that isn't being utilized by others. Anyways, it's a good soundtrack, you know?
Lower Zambezi is one of the strongholds for African elephants, and during the dry season, huge herds can congregate along the Zambezi River. It really is amazing driving so close to them. True gentle giants. A big thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Squarespace is one of the most important tools I have for running my business.
Guys, when am I gonna get...
I really don't know what I do.
When will I get my sponsor? I need to be sponsored by somebody, okay? Once we hit 10,000, all right? We're almost there. We're at 9... I don't even know. I know I'm at 9,900 something. We're almost there. Let me double check. What am I at? 9,924. We are just 76 subscribers away from reaching 10,000. And then nothing changes, but still, it'll be a nice milestone.
Without it. I know it's only the middle of the year, but I really wanted a head start on 2027 calendars. When I checked my analytics on Squarespace over the years, I discovered it makes a lot of sense to do a soft launch with the calendars, and that means preparing the designs as soon as possible. And so recently I've been working on all the product pages on my Squarespace website. To make life easier and quicker,
calendar?
I duplicate last year's products. This is great because then the weight is already set. I also have Squarespace connected to Royal Mail, so it is super easy to create labels. Squarespace makes it so easy and straightforward for having an online shop. It's honestly such a relief that everything is running in the background. If you're interested in creating a website for your hobby or business, head to squarespace.com/DannyConnorWild to save 10% off a new purchase of a website or a domain. We're just stopping for some coffee right in front of the river, looking at Zimbabwe, and we've had a really amazing morning. Our first incredible encounter was with these hyenas. We didn't find the lions, but we probably will still keep looking for wildlife, and then we'll head back to camp. As we drove through the beautiful acacia forests, we found exactly who we'd been hoping to see. Well, 3 of them, the lions. The very same 3 cubs we photographed last night and last year were sitting in the shade on their own. It really is incredible returning to the same place and seeing individual animals year after year as they grow. After a lot of grooming, cleaning, snoozing, an animal I know very well, its European cousin anyway, appeared, which immediately captured the attention of at least 2 of the cubs. A very brave squirrel. Suddenly the cubs were up and running. The adults were somewhere ahead on the hunt. So where were the cubs going? Had their mums caught something? We followed from a distance, driving parallel, so we didn't put any pressure on them. Suddenly they stopped at the river's edge. River crossings are one of the most dangerous moments in a young lion's life. Crocodiles can be waiting beneath the surface, almost completely invisible. The cubs began snarling. Without the adults nearby, these cubs were especially vulnerable. The cubs stood listening, scanning the water, questioning every step. They clearly didn't want to cross, and after several minutes of hesitation, they made their decision. They eventually walked back the way they'd come, and once again broke into a run. We followed from a respectful distance, but they were clearly very nervous without the adults nearby. So we gave them space and watch them disappear deeper into the forest. We then came across a huge herd of African buffalo heading down towards the river. There were hundreds of them. It was incredible watching them kick up the golden dust as they moved.
Okay, one thing that she has going for her as well, I mean, clearly very talented and all that, she has a lovely accent. And I've got my American voice, you know, but I wish I had wait, what is her accent? I don't know, British, Australian, whatever it is, it's nice.
Move together.
Together.
They approached the river cautiously, before finally earning a well-deserved drink.
Careful.
Dusty sunsets are just magical in Zambia. We positioned the vehicle low to capture an elephant silhouetted against the setting sun.
I think I want to go with a dark approach for this shot. So I might mute the background as you see here. I'm just using one of my presets. We'll do a bit muted tones and then like a very low light shot, more dramatic.
And since it was Hannah's birthday, we all celebrated with a cheeky gin and tonic.
Hells yeah.
I hope you're excited for the return of these Zambia videos, because there are some insane wildlife encounters to come.
That was lovely. A lot of
what is the best app?
Good learnings in there, I think. All right, here we go. What is the best aperture for filmmaking?
Aperture for video. It's f2.8 or t2.8 if you're thinking t-stops. And before you ask, t2.8 is for the Super 35mm sensor. That's close enough to APS-C2. For full-frame 35mm sensors, this would be about a t4. I've studied the work of hundreds of cinematographers, and the t-stop they like to most of the time is t2.8. This corresponds to about f2.5 or thereabouts, but you can assume it's f2.8 for the sake of your sanity. Again, this is for Super 35mm or thereabouts, because that's what most films have been shot on, because that's the format that approximates what most films have been shot on. There are other formats, but then the popular aperture number will change. It changes if you're going to Academy frame, for example, and it definitely changes with anamorphic. So why do cinematographers pick t2.8? 4 reasons. The aperture number, called f number, decides how big the aperture opening is. The higher the number, the smaller the aperture, and the lesser the light hitting the sensor. Cinematographers always had to fight the low sensitivities of film stock. Today, most cinema cameras have a native ISO of 800, and that's just for starters. But a few decades ago, they were working with an exposure index of 50 to 200 most times, generally speaking. There are exceptions, but you had to give up image quality. Nowadays, film stock has an exposure index of 250, 500, which is about 1000 ISO, because the corresponding ISO is about double the exposure index according to Kodak. In short, they didn't have the low light abilities modern cameras have. This meant they had to open up the aperture for good exposure or use too much light. Too much light would have cooked film sets and the actors well over legal tanning limits. They had to strike a good balance between practical lighting and what is tolerable. T2.8 was a good happy medium, just short of war. And this is just one reason. The second is when you open up the aperture, you get shallower depth of field. If you stop down or close down the aperture, you get deeper depth of field. This is why movies like Citizen Kane had to use tons of light for their deep focus look. If you want everything in the frame to be in focus, you must stop down the aperture. This cuts light by a tremendous amount. Every step in the aperture scale cuts one stop of light, or double the light. The other end of the spectrum is shallow depth. This cuts light by a tremendous amount. Every step in stop for their deep focus look. If you want everything in the frame to be in focus, you must stop down the aperture. This cuts light by a tremendous amount. Every step in the aperture scale cuts one stop of light, or double the light. The other end of the spectrum is shallow depth of field, where you have no clue where the actor is. To get this effect, you open up the aperture to its highest rating, sometimes T2 or T1.3 on traditional cinema glass, if you had the option. These lenses were available back in the day when cinematographers used T2.8. The Godfather was shot with Bosch & Lomb Super Baltars that were T2.3, and The Taxi Driver was shot on Zeiss Super Speeds that were T1.4. Some scenes in Taxi Driver were shot wide open, especially the night shots. But most of the film wasn't shot in T1.4. So why didn't these cinematographers open the aperture all the way if they could have? Because there's no free lunch. Lenses in those days weren't as advanced as today. So if you opened the aperture all the way, you had three major problems. First, you had too much flare. Flare is not just those cool streaks of light you see. It's also a loss of contrast. Imagine going through all the trouble of learning about film stock and lighting only for something stupid like lens flare to ruin your shot through lack of contrast. The second problem was also serious. The lenses weren't that sharp, wide open. This is true of almost every lens on the planet, with a few rare exceptions. Lenses are not the sharpest when wide open. The general rule of thumb is lenses have to be stopped down by 2 stops for best sharpness. For example, if you have an f1.4 lens, you had to stop down to f2.8 for best sharpness. This also meant if you use different focal lengths, the sharpness across the entire range matched. This is the biggest problem with cheap lenses that open to f1.4 or higher today. They don't match across the entire set. Great cine lenses like the Arri Master Prime series open to T1.3 across the entire range. You'll never find an equivalent photo lens series that all open to a T1.3 at any price. The Master Primes are known to perform very well at T1.3. They're sharp and cinematic, but even these lenses are sharper stopped down to T2.8. The last reason cinematographers stopped down was probably the most important one. Shallow depth of field also meant focus pullers had a terrible time following actors. Remember, they didn't have monitors in those days. Focus pullers had to use all their experience and concentration to keep the moving actor in focus. Today there are aids, but unfortunately higher resolution has balanced that out. Focus mistakes are way more obvious in 4K and unforgiving in 8K. So whatever advantage monitors and electronic systems have introduced, higher resolution has taken away. It's still hard to focus moving subjects at T1.4 in 8K. Force focus pullers to do that, and there'll be a contract out for your life. T2.8 provided cinematographers the best balance between shallow depth of field and deep focus. Even visually, you could make out the background, which was and continues to be important in film. Nobody wants a completely mushy background, otherwise it will look like it was shot in a studio. The third reason to pick T2.8 is very few people can afford deep focus. When I shot Man May Love, I stopped down the Arri Master Anamorphics to T8 and compensated by raising my ISO to 6400, which is the limit for the Red Monstro. Even then, I felt I didn't have enough light. There is another problem with stopping down the lens. When you cross a certain threshold, typically f11 for super 35mm sensors, you'll lose sharpness due to something called diffraction. The explanation is quite technical, but all you have to know is just because you can stop down to T22 doesn't mean you should. You'll get softer images. With full frame, it's about a T8. Just like with everything else in life, a happy medium is the best for the aperture as well. And it's not like cinematographers sat down and decided these things cerebrally. They didn't even vote for it. It came about organically through practical limitations of cinematography, cameras, lenses, and lighting over many decades of filmmaking. For all these trade-offs, they got a lot in return. They got the ability to stay consistent with their lighting and exposure. They could achieve the great images we love so much, even in the high-stakes, high-pressure environment of a Hollywood film, because they were able to keep many things constant. This is why, over about 100 years of cinema, T2.8 came to be the most preferred aperture for normally lit scenes. For low-light night scenes, cinematographers typically prefer T2. Again, all this is for the Super 35mm sensor or any format close to Super 35mm. Today, due to the improvements in ISO and sensitivity in digital cameras, cinematographers can use a wider aperture range. Here's something cool. Look at the classic popular zoom lenses for cinema. They are close to T2.8, T2.95, or T3. Even photography zoom lenses are consistent across all brands at f2.8. Look at B&H. Even they let you find lenses with apertures above f2.8 or higher because they know that's the popular threshold. So T2.8 or f2.8 is the best aperture for filmmaking if you're feeling democratic. You can open the aperture as wide as you want, or you can stop down as much as you want. Not everybody sticks to T2.8 all the time. There are always exceptions. I hope you found this video useful. I'll see you in the next one. Bye now.
That was very useful. Thank you. Bye now. Online film school. Did I subscribe to that other lady? Danny. I want to see more. Yeah, okay. Let me double check. I did. Good.
Sometime when you really take the time to slow down, something special like that can happen. Today's video is not about this little bird right there, but it's more about how...
Okay, that's a cool ass shot. But I'm talking about the YouTube video. But I think this photo is also a cool ass shot. I'm really liking the direction we're going to take with this. I think we'll go with this, the Fuji Color Superia 1600, and then let's apply the compression. As per usual, generally speaking, I like to maximize the tonal range, and then I'll bring back the white point until it's something I like. I think this looks okay. And then with photo, I noticed the color density actually makes a bigger difference. For video, oftentimes when I was color grading, you wouldn't see that much of a difference with the color density. All right, let's try the prints. I think I've been enjoying, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Kodak versus Fujifilm. Generally speaking, I like the Fujifilm. This one looks a little too teal. Let's see if we can fix it though. No, I think it's a little too teal maybe. Okay, we're gonna go with the Kodak for this one. It looks so good and it looks so dramatic. I love it. And I think I still prefer a bit of cooler tones overall for this series. So I think this is it. And then let's apply a bit of that bloom on the eye. Yeah, I think it looks good. Halation doesn't look bad on this shot. All it does is just warm up a little bit. Yeah, we'll keep it. Film grain. Here's the big question. I noticed film grain doesn't look as good when we have a close-up shot of a subject, because then it just looks blurry. So I'm kind of leaning towards no film grain. The 65mm doesn't look half bad though. So if I do go with some film grain, maybe it's the 65. Let's see. So without, with. All right, we'll apply the 65. All right, we're getting some epic shots here, boys and gals. Oh, also, my cat says hi. She decided to hop up here, so let me just double check. Are we good on the shot? I think we're all good. Look at that. All right, now, how do I... to stop the recording. Is it this? There we go. About 3 gigabytes for that recording. Guys, say hi to my cat. Look at her. She found her own little sleeping spot, which is gotta be awkward for her. What do you think, Nala? Are you a good girl? Good girl. Yeah, I think this is it. This shot looks like, you know what? So I think when it comes to making the, we'll go with an Instagram reel. So let's say I make an Instagram reel or a TikTok out of this. Most likely, technically I have recordings for each of the photos I've edited. And some of them I did different styles. So each one could be its own standalone video, to be fair. Or I could do a version where I combine all of them into a series and then show all of them at the end. I don't know. We have many directions to take it. But god dang, this photo looks good. Shout out to Dehancer. You can... I wonder if I have it on my YouTube descriptions. But basically, if you would like to edit like me, I have 10% off if you use YobelPrize for Dehancer, which is what I'm using for the final touches here. And if you want the entirety of my workflow, you can go to my website or type !presets, and you can purchase my presets with also YobelPrize for 10% off. So yeah. All right, let's keep watching this. Let's keep editing.
And why I build my macro images. So take a deep breath, relax a little bit, and enjoy the video.
Thank you, I shall.
I think one of the best parts of macro photography is that it forces you to slow down, because otherwise we're literally walking by thousands of photography opportunities without even noticing them. One thing I really like to do is walk around with a small light in hand and point at different subjects to reveal texture and see if there's something interesting there. Now, when I walk through the forest, I'm constantly looking at light, texture, shapes, tiny details, and most of the time the image starts way before I even take the camera out. When I find something interesting, first I grab the camera handheld and play around with different composition until something starts to feel right. Alright, so I think it's going to be something along these lines. What do you think? We're good? We're good. Once I find something I like, I usually put the camera on the tripod and start fine-tuning the composition a little more. At this point, I'm mostly looking at the relationship between the subject and the background and try to simplify the scene as much as possible. Since I know I'm going to be adding some artificial lighting, I always underexpose the shot by about 2 to 3 stops to make room to add up additional lighting after that, because if you don't do that, you're going to blow some highlights later on. I receive a lot of questions about how do you know how much light do you need for a particular shot. I would say lit with purpose, one light at a time, and if you don't know if you need one more light, you probably don't. All right, so I'll start with lighting up the first light, which is this light over here. I place this one on the left side because I'm used to read from left to right, and it also casts a shadow on the right side, which helped create a 3D effect. But I purposefully chose not to lit the bottom of the shot just like that because I felt like I wanted just to bring the attention a little higher, just like that. So after that, I placed this light, just to create a small halo around the subject. If you can see right there, when I open and close the light, this small halo really helps, the subject separate from the background. And for the last light on this side, if I put my finger in front of the light, you can see its effect. Now I'm gonna add a light panel in the background because I feel like the background is a little too dark. But I want to put this light everywhere on the background because I want the top part, to really stand out from the background. So I want to keep the top part really, really dark. It's going to be something along these lines. And now I think the shot is pretty balanced and pretty interesting. Here, I want to mention that I'm not trying to document reality. So moving stuff around and placing something or removing something from the scene is totally fine with me. But I'll place this one and show you in real time in the live view right there, the effect of this little piece of moss in the bottom of the frame. All right, so now that I'm pleased with the composition and the lighting, I'm going to focus bracket the image because I want my subject to be all in focus.
This guy makes me want to do macro. So his His YouTube video is aptly named. This is why I shoot macro.
So basically the most important thing when you're setting up your shot is focus increment, because focus increment is going to tell your camera how far to move between each slice of focus. And you want to make sure each slice of focus overlap each other a little bit, because it's going to give your post-processing software all the information needed to make a seamless image. After the focus increment is set correctly, the number of shots needed is really easy to set up, because if you need 30 shots, you need 30 shots. If you need 100, you need 100. And my tip here is always use a little more than needed, because you can always choose the one you want in post-processing. So another thing I did here is set up my focusing ring to trigger magnification. So that way it's really easy, you know, to really make sure you focus on the closest part of your subject to the lens. One last thing before taking the shot, I'm going to set up a 2-second timer to make sure I don't introduce any shake to the camera while taking the exposure. Do you think we're ready to take the shot? Yeah? Sometimes I think the best part of photography has nothing to do with photography itself. It's more about, you know, slowing down long enough to experience moments like these. So my message here is, when you go out and shoot macro photography, just take a deep breath, slow down, enjoy yourself, and keep moving. What do you think? Hey?
Man, this guy.
I'm not sure if I'm okay with that. No, I'm not okay with that.
That makes me.
Okay.
I wish
Let's go on now.
I wish I lived in a country where I could just walk out and just be in a forest. I did like that about San Francisco. Not that there was like that much wildlife there, but you just drive across the bridge and all of a sudden you were in, you know, beautiful forest territory.
When I started filmmaking, I really believed that I wasn't a proper filmmaker until I'd made something big, like a feature or a doc series, maybe something that ended up on a streamer or in a cinema, and ideally with a logo attached that made my parents briefly come around to the idea that this wasn't a completely delusional career choice. And I really believe that, you know, for a lot of years. I've pitched features, I've had several scripts optioned, I've also got painfully close to a few documentary series being greenlit. And in all honesty, I actually felt worse the closer and closer I got to those things. And that isn't because I'm bitter about rejection, because actually, at least then, I could, you know, wrap this whole thing up in a very nice and tidy little, the industry is rigged bow and gone for a walk. But really what it was that I think I'd handed my entire sense of self-worth over to this version of success that I had barely any control over. And through several years of the most British version of therapy I could muster, I don't think the answer is to lower your ambitions or to pretend you don't want those big things. I think the answer is to stop letting every no and every delay and every almost become evidence that you are not good enough. So for some quick background context, I did a psychology degree before I ever properly picked up a camera. And I taught myself filmmaking while I was meant to be studying, which was a very sensible use of university debt. Then I somehow managed to blag my way into the BBC, became a creative director of a production company, and now I've been freelance documentary filmmaking for the past, 5 to 7 years or so. But the psychology degree is the relevant bit here, because I really should have spotted what was happening sooner, and I didn't, because all of this was a very deep, very personal, very hard to unpick belief system that I'd let creep into my brain. And I imagine a lot of filmmakers watching this have some version of that as well. Every time a bigger project of mine hit a dead end, a pitch being rejected, or a producer saying no, or a commissioner saying, we like it, but can we change almost everything about it? I filed that under the same reason, which was that I'm just not good enough. And once that's your filing system, every single no just becomes evidence in a case you are slowly building against yourself. And the stupid part was that I'm fairly sure I was getting better and better. My pitches were definitely getting sharper, and I was starting to get into rooms and meetings that I had absolutely no chance of getting in, you know, a few years earlier. And my scripts were getting optioned. I was getting closer, but that somehow made these no's just feel worse and worse, because when you're nowhere near the end goal, you can still kind of protect yourself with the idea that you just haven't had a chance yet. You know, you just need that one meeting or that one producer or that one commissioner. But when you start getting those meetings and the answer is still no, it becomes much harder to keep believing that, because now you're not just being ignored from, you know, the outside, you're being considered, you know, sometimes quite seriously, and you're still getting a no. And honestly, I was seriously just considering giving up and leaving the industry at one point, because I was sacrificing so much and working so hard for this, but I could not carry on when the thing I built my entire identity around was making me so miserable. And through all the bloody hustle culture messaging and propaganda out there that I'd been inevitably sucked into, the only conclusion I could arrive at was that I was just not good enough to make this happen. So something really needed to change if I was going to carry on. And I want to talk to you about some of the reframing that has started to help me now, so that hopefully it might help you too. And it began with stopping asking the question of why am I being rejected, and instead asking, when did I give other people this much power over whether I feel like a filmmaker at all? So very much unconsciously, I'd taken this quite private question of, am I any good? Am I a real filmmaker? And, you know, does anything I do count? And I handed it to a very small number of people who mostly didn't even know I existed. You know, commissioners, streamers, producers, festival programmers, people who might say no for a completely valid reason that had absolutely nothing to do with whether I or the work I was making was actually good enough. You know, things like it was just the wrong time, or wrong slate, or wrong budget level, or we had a similar project already in development, or the market doesn't want this kind of thing this year, or someone more established is already attached to a vaguely similar project, or just even the ancient British tradition of saying, we really love it, and then just disappearing into the sea. And there's a good way of thinking about this that they drill into athletes that I think also comes from a bit of Stoic philosophy, which is that you should only try to judge yourself on the things you can control, like your preparation or your decisions or your effort or your ability to keep improving. And you treat the results of all of that more like the weather, because you can do everything right and properly, and you can prepare, and you can still end up losing, just like you can do good work and you can still not get a yes. And I can absolutely hear the objection to all this, because my brain was screaming it at me too, which is, that just sounds suspiciously like a very nice way of just making yourself feel better about failing. And yes, it can become that if you're not careful. But the point isn't to pretend that the yeses don't matter at all. They do. You know, a yes can lead to a big break that can absolutely change your career, and it can open doors, and it can give you opportunities and credibility and money and reach and access, and, you know, all of those are very real things. But the problem is when you ask that yes to do something much bigger than just move your career forward. And that became very evident from some of the things I was hearing in conversations I was starting to have with directors who did have these sort of credits that I thought would fix all of this. So the obvious response to all of this at this point is, fine, but surely if you did get the yes, if the series did get greenlit, if the feature did happen, then all of this would just go away, and the insecurity and the self-doubt would stop, and you would finally feel like a real filmmaker. and you could finally tell people at weddings what you do without adding 6 caveats to it and a small apology that they hadn't seen anything you've done yet. But the more I've spoken to directors who actually work on and have made, you know, long form projects, people with credits on Netflix or who have done features and had them in cinemas, you know, the things that I thought would solve all of my problems, the less I believe that is how it works. Because yeah, of course, the yes gives you a very brief moment of success and validation, but then very, very quickly, the question just moves to, can you do it again? Or why did this other person get to do that series now? Or why has this next project not happened or gone very quiet? Or, you know, even now that I've done that, I need to get to #1 on the streamer, or I need to win an Oscar or an Emmy, and so on and so on. And there's a name for exactly this, which is called the arrival fallacy, which is basically the very irritating human habit of believing that once we reach the next thing, we will finally feel settled. But that isn't the case, and the goalposts just keep moving. The feature becomes the next feature, the streamer becomes a bigger streamer, the credit becomes a better credit, the yes becomes something you just need to keep getting again and again to feel like you're still allowed to be there. So at some point, you need to stop asking why you can't get that yes, and instead ask why you needed it in the first place. In trying to unpack some of this a little further, I came to the conclusion that I was not really chasing Netflix or a feature or a doc series. What I was chasing was what I thought those things would finally give me, and a lot of it was actually about other people. I wanted other people to take me seriously. I wanted my parents to feel like this wasn't all just a wildly elaborative avoidance strategy for getting a normal job. I wanted other filmmakers to think I was legit, and I wanted producers and commissioners and the industry to look at me and go, yes, you may enter. And I wanted to be able to tell people what I did without feeling insecure or unsuccessful. And I think that is extremely common amongst filmmakers. Most of us want to be respected, and most of us want to feel like the people around us understand what we're trying to do. And most of us want some sort of external proof that the years we put into this weren't just a massive clerical error. But in the wise words of Coach Irv from Cool Runnings, a gold medal is a wonderful thing, but if you're not enough without one, you will never be enough with one. So I needed to start asking, if you took other people's approval out of it and ignored, you know, what anyone else thought or said, what do you actually want from your life and from your career? And when I stripped everything back and sat with that for lots of months and some time, I think there are 3 things I actually wanted much more than any specific logo or credit. And these are personal to me, and yours can and probably will be completely different. But the important thing is that these are based on the life I wanted and the work I wanted to keep doing. And most importantly, they were based around things that were as much in my control as possible. So the first thing was that I want to make a comfortable, stable living as a filmmaker. And that is my definition of comfortable, which is not a penthouse, a Lambo, and a yacht. I'm very much in the wrong industry, if those was a priority. But I want filmmaking to be a real, stable way of earning a living, not a constant feast or famine where every single quiet month feels like evidence that I've made a terrible mistake. And that goal is still ambitious, but it's just much more useful than get a streamer to say yes, because there are actual things I can do to control it. You know, I can build better client relationships. I can develop a clearer offer. I can build an audience. I can market myself better. And now none of that guarantees anything, obviously, but it gives me something to work on that isn't just waiting for someone else to make a decision about the future of my career. Now, the second goal was to have a work-life balance that didn't make me feel burnt out all the time, and also meant I didn't feel guilty.
Okay, I like this guy. I like how vulnerable he's being. And I feel like that is always a good lesson in general, is like just for YouTube, if you're making videos, obviously the most human thing you can do is being vulnerable. What's another video I should pop on here? My video. The only 5 shots you need to make a mini doc. Why Goodwill hunting is life-changing. When a typecast actor realizes he can do what he wants. Okay. DJI Pocket 4P. Ooh. The Pirates trilogy is pure bliss. Hells yeah. Okay, let's watch this about Quentin Tarantino.
I did fall asleep for a few years. You know, it was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little life there. And it was, you know, it's interesting because, you know, you spent your 20s going to comedy clubs and, you know, building a career. So I'm spending my 20s there. And, well, it's one of those things where it's like, well, this isn't my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do, working at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream, what I'm doing. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I don't have to. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job that you know I do if I'd go to the store if I wasn't paid to go to the store. You know, so it's like, you know, but for a couple of years it did put me to sleep. It did kind of put me to sleep. It put my ambitions to sleep for a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy enough. And just like one of these days I'll...
Right, but you didn't have the fire.
I didn't have the fire. And when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back again, and it was a life-changing thing. It was a life-changing day. It was, we had a buddy of ours named Steve-O.
Yeah.
And he was one of, we had different living arrangements, and at one point in time, me and Steve-O were living in the same house together, renting in the back of towards the back of the store.
The dude house.
Yeah, it was where everyone would hang out. And but now Steve-O was older than the rest of us, so if like he was about like almost 5 years older than us, but he didn't seem like it. He was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally.
Yeah.
Or emotionally.
Yeah. And but. So he hits 30, and he starts changing. He starts changing like drastically. He was like one of the funniest guys I ever knew, and he was this really, really funny stoner dude, and really cool. And all of a sudden, he's like angry about things, and now he's not quite as funny, and now he's got this issue. And so we're roommates, and there's this one night that he's kind of disgusted with his.
Did you say roommates when he's 30 years old? I mean, I guess a different generation as well, and also depends where you live. I guess I had roommates all the way up until... Actually, yeah, it's not that off. I think I had roommates until my mid-late 20s. I had roommates until I moved to Dubai, basically. Okay, Nala, make a choice. What are you doing here? All right. Ooh.
Life. And he starts ranting, and he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without a degree or anything in the 80s, especially in California, where it's like you can't get any really good jobs, but like you can work at Licorice Pizza. And if you're an okay employee, you could like work at Licorice Pizza for a couple of years, and maybe you could even become assistant manager or a manager, and maybe they send you to another store, and maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then, you know, all of a sudden, the district manager doesn't like you. You run afoul of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're fired and you're out in the street.
Again, it's management.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you've just spent 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Now you could get a job at TRW or some place that's like a real job, or well, those are kind of hard to get. But you can work at Warehouse Records and Tapes tomorrow. because you just had 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier, same thing with Miller's Outpost, same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you've ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas.
Right.
And you've like spent your entire 20s doing that.
And then you start getting bitter.
And you start getting bitter. But he was not just bitter about the job aspect of it. I knew oh my God, he's telling me the truth. I'm learning something here. Because he goes, Quentin, you think that we're this really great team, we're this really great crew. Well, we are. I mean, this is that time of your 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family, And I'm like, well, we are. Quentin, at 20, I worked at South Bay Cinemas, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. And some girls there too. But there was a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working at South Bay Cinema. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost and hung out with a bunch of guys just like you, and we did everything just like we do. We went to movies together, we went out and we dated amongst the girls there, everything. Yeah, then I worked at Licorice Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you.
King Crook.
I've wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you. And they all go away at a certain point. And I realized this guy's kind of telling the truth. He's showing me a...
King Crook, you asked, Jill Bell, why don't you use Capture One over Lightroom? I have nothing against Capture One. It's just I discovered Lightroom first, I guess. Yeah, that's as simple as that. I think when I first did photography, I was trying to look up what software to use, and Adobe was like the obvious understood one, the one that everyone knows about. So yeah, I was like, okay, well, if that's the one everyone uses, I should as well. But I know some people who use Capture One, so I have no knocks on it. It's just Lightroom has served my purposes throughout the years, and it's like once you're bought into a system, it's also kind of hard to step out of it. Especially now that I have like my presets and I've spent so much time kind of building it all together. It's now at a point where when I think of photography, usually I'm not thinking of it from the perspective of, improving my craft to the 10th degree or whatever. I feel like I've already kind of plateaued. My level for improvement is, what do they call it? Diminishing returns, right? So it's like very, very incrementally, very marginal benefits compared to using that time for some other things like video, learning how to, edit videos, color, understanding color grading. Jesus. I just feel like that was a better use of my time. So for me now, when it comes to using a tool like Lightroom or for photo edits, it's usually around what will simplify, what will speed up my editing process, not, elongate it, extend it. And learning a new software like Capture One probably would do the latter. Even if in the long run, it, turns out it's like even better or something like that, sure, maybe, but I just don't think it's worth the extra. What might be worth the extra could be Dehancer, because we haven't really played around with the Dehancer color grading or for photos, but if that actually turns out to be like on another level, it's going to be hard to say no to that, because then I can just like operate everything from there. So we shall see. Which one do I want to go with? This one looks not bad. We'll go with this one. It's a little bit slightly cooler. And then let's turn on the film compression. Find the white point. Might have to lift up the exposure a little bit. It is a bit dark. So maybe I just go with the presets I had. I think some of them were already good. This one looks good. This one is just slightly brighter. This one's cooler tones, is slightly purplish. This one's a bit more natural. I think we go with this, and then we'll make adjustments off of this one. Let's go with the 65 millimeter. Maybe the white point, I'll drop it a little bit. Yeah, let's drop it a little bit. Color density. Yeah, that's fine, somewhere around there. Yeah, I think this looks good. Yeah, let's do this. Boom. But yeah, yeah, if you can convince me that Capture One has like certain features that I should absolutely be taking advantage of, by all means. But for example here, by utilizing my Lightroom presets, by utilizing obviously what Lightroom can do for me, and then applying Dehancer on top of that, those two for me have made it really, really, to be fair, I think Dehancer has made photo editing fun for me again. It's always been fun or enjoyable, but like I said, at some point you just kind of you're in a groove. Now with Dehancer, I'm like almost excited with a new perspective, right? Where can I take the photo further? And maybe it's because it emulates that film look, and film look is something that I'm very new to. I didn't grow up with it. So to be able to kind of create that kind of style, that look, you know, it's a bit of cheating because I've never done it before, or I'm not taking shots with actual film cameras. So it's kind of exciting to be able to create a look that mimics it without actually having done the hard work. I think this looks good. I just want to add a little bit of that light, shaping the light a bit, so it feels like, you know, you're getting a touch of sunlight and mist brushing up on the top of the bird. Oh, look at my cat. I don't know if you guys caught it. She did the lovely, adorable paw thing again. The reason to use Capture One is colors and performance. Lightroom is ahead of features still, but performance sucks and default profiles suck. Gotcha. In which case, then, I think I'm good to go. You know what I mean? Because, hey, Nala. Let me turn off this recording now. Boom. For the two that you mentioned, so colors and performance, having better colors, that's always good. So, I mean, I wouldn't knock that. Performance, that also makes a big difference. Now, for performance, I make up for it by having a super powerful PC, right? I have the super powerful Mac Studio, so it does make editing photos seem fairly seamless. It's rare that I have moments where it's like processing way too long or the brush is, you know, glitching on me. I used to have that problem. Oh, and by the way, thank you. I thought it was King Kruk responding here. So thank you, A Gross, AY Gross, AYG Ross. Thank you, Ross, for chiming in. Colors, that one would be hard to make up for, because if it's got better color, I mean, the same reason I'm using DaVinci, right, is part of the reason was because I was promised, you know, by other YouTubers when I was researching, that DaVinci is the one that gives you the most control over finer color range. So I was like, okay, that's good to know. And then you said Lightroom is ahead of features still, but performance sucks. Yeah, so the performance we mentioned, and then the default profiles. So the default profiles would matter, but now I'm like, you know, several years into understanding photography. And like I said, I've got so many of my own presets now, which I also sell, by the way. So, you know, ! Presets. But now that I have my own presets, that also does, I've replaced the default profiles, I guess, with my own looks. So that kind of takes me a bit farther in terms of the editing process. And now with Dehancer, I can basically just play around with both. AY Gross XD. Well, the XD obviously doesn't count. AY Gross. AY says, yup, for you, I wouldn't switch. Doesn't make sense into when you are, in my opinion, when you're using Dehancer. Oh, does Capture One not? I'm assuming Dehancer has a Capture One plugin. I feel like Dehancer has a plugin for everything. That's one of the things I found impressive about it. Let's see. Dehancer Capture One. Yeah, or I'm assuming it says how to install Dehancer for Capture One. Capture One plugin. There you go. For Mac and Windows. Yeah. So there you go. Feel free to utilize Dehancer for that. It's spot on, man. I'm a huge fan of Dehancer. I've been using it for video, and now I've switched into photo, and I've realized how impressive it is for both. King says, I'm going to try Apple's Creative Suite and play with Pixel Matter Pro. What's the matter, baby? What is a Pixel Matter? Is this something recent that Apple's released? It seems like Dehancer has upped price like 200% in a short time. Wait, what is the price right now? I do remember even back then, people are like, Jesus, that's a price. But thankfully, they gave it to me for free in exchange for me to obviously like test it out and stuff. But I do stand by Dehancer as a product. It is like every video you see me push out on YouTube, every photo you see me push out on Instagram or wherever these days, it's all... I'm applying Dehancer to it all. It is only $49 million. $49 per month for studio. Oh, this is a business. Let's go to individual. There's a mobile plan. Photo plan is $13 a month. And it includes, yeah, for Photoshop, blah, blah, blah. Photo and video is about $30 a month. But if you use my promo code, YobelPrize, 10% off, baby. So it includes Final Cut Pro, DaVinci, Adobe. Yeah, so it includes all the programs plus iPhone. Yeah. What is my cat doing? But thanks for your input, AY and King. Wait, does that mean... So King, do you use Capture One? I'm assuming based on your question, or maybe you're considering it. But like I said, I guess the next pinnacle is figuring out, do we use Dehancer? Actually, we were always meaning to watch this. Dehancer, DaVinci. No, not Dehancer. Sorry, I meant DaVinci photo editing. There was a Wakaz video. This is from 2 months ago. I trust Wakaz, although some of you guys in the chat weren't fans of him for some reason. Or I forget what you guys said about him. But I think I like him. Editing photos in DaVinci Resolve 20 is amazing. That was from a year ago. DaVinci Resolve. Jamie Fenn. Oh, wait, I like this guy. I think. That's from 2 months ago as well. Okay, let's see if maybe this guy's worth watching. Gaku Lange. Compared to Wakaz. Wakaz. Okay, let's watch Wakaz.
Absolutely insane. Something that I've been dreaming about.
I like him, okay? AOI says full-time editor here. Prefers Capture One mostly. But due to Lightroom's Smart Previews workflow, I'm stuck in Lightroom editing-wise. Oh, just... Wait, what? I thought you said Capture One is better for performance. Or maybe I'm... You're saying with Lightroom, they have a Smart Preview feature where you don't have to necessarily load in the full photo, right? But wouldn't that mean it's better for performance? King says, I'm considering Capture One. I'm trying to move away from Adobe stuff. Hey, listen... I can understand that. That I can resonate with. We were watching a YouTube video the other day, right, where it was like basically saying Adobe's effed. I know it seems like it's got such a bad rap for a number of reasons, right? But partially it seems like maybe, I mean, the pricing for it all seems to be a huge point of contention, which I don't disagree with. I thought there were some things controversial about what they've done in the past. I don't remember exactly what. Some stuff with AI, I remember, kind of made the news. I just saw some news that Topaz. So I use Topaz AI. I used to use it all the time. Not as much these days because the Lightroom denoising has been pretty good, so I didn't need it for that. Topaz AI, Adobe. I thought I read that Adobe to acquire Topaz Labs. I mean, that's kind of huge news. Assuming, because like Topaz is also a very expensive software, but it was really incredible. Ugh, I gotta log into. You're telling me I have to, what? I have to log in to read an article about. Okay, whatever. King says, I'm just a hobbyist, but I like to use the best tools, so I have no limitations. Yeah, it's good to be unbiased in that sense. I'm very much biased towards Lightroom, but not biased in terms of performance or quality. I'm just biased from laziness and, laziness. AY says for editors, photographers send me the catalog with smart previews instead of sending 5. Oh, I see. Okay, so when you have to edit for some other for other people, for clients, they'll send you the catalog with the smart previews. I didn't realize that's the way to do it. That makes a lot of sense. So then you edit the smart preview. I mean, actually, what you're saying resonates with what I'm trying to do with my YouTube editor, where especially now, because I've only been working with him a few months and, you know, we've had a few small projects, but now I'm trying to get him to help me out with like big ass projects. When I say big ass, I mean file size of like multi-day travel vlogs where I captured crazy amount of 4K, 6K footage. So this time I'm trying to send him proxy files at like 1080 so that it's obviously a fraction of the size. And then, but the only issue is that means when he does his edits, it'll be, because I think he works in Premiere, After Effects, so he'll have to create a project file, blah, blah, blah. And then when we have the final version, he'll have to send me the project folder, and I guess I would somehow need to recreate it on my end with Adobe, blah, 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 and then just swap out the proxy files. So it could still end up becoming more work for me at the end of the day. But anyway, so I'm trying to figure out this whole, how do you do a workflow with proxies? So you're doing the same thing for photos, is my understanding. So instead of sending 500 gigabytes of raw files, they then reattach the edits to the original RAWs. Topaz was just bought by Adobe. Gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, the workflow that I'm mentioning would be fine if not for the fact that he works in Premiere Pro. And when I do video stuff, usually I'm in DaVinci. I do have, technically, through my Creative Cloud suite with Adobe, I do have Premiere and all that stuff. So, but it's just the interface, I'm so unfamiliar with it. I don't know why I'm explaining all this, but you know what? It's like, as I'm learning how to be a proper YouTuber, this is my next kind of thing hurdle that I'm trying to overcome. AY says you should be able to streamline it. Yeah, I should. Yeah, there's not a good answer. There's always good answers that require a lot of money. So at the end of the day, it's just like I can throw a lot of money into like one of those cloud-based editing platforms, but I'm not at a point where I feel comfortable spending that kind of money for a YouTube editor, you know? AY says, yes, that's why I'm stuck with Lightroom. Same issues. 99% of photographers use Lightroom still. Yeah. You're kind of stuck with the program, I guess. But I get what you're saying, King Kruk. Actually, you make a good point as well that, you know, in a world where you want to wean yourself off of Adobe, then perhaps starting now, while I can, start dabbling in things like Capture One could be better in the long run. But I don't know. I'm too baked into Adobe. I just, it's like being on Apple, right? I can't imagine going to an Android system ever in my life now. I'm kind of sucked in, you know? Unfortunately. King's suggesting to AY that you should lead the charge of Lightroom Exodus. Man, is the hatred for Adobe that strong? I guess I'm not that familiar with the situation. This photo, I'm very happy with it. The only thing is, of course, we've got that piece of this couple blades of grass that kind of is blocking the body. It's not the worst because in some ways it shows the depth. It shows that we're stalking this bird through the swamp. The only thing I don't like about it is it looks to me like it's a number of these kind of stalks of grass that's kind of been chopped down. So it's not like the picturesque blade of grass with the nice tip at the end of the grass and all that. It looks more like lumpy and chopped off. So that's like my only complaint on that. But in terms of the posing here, I quite like it. The shoebill is one of the most fascinating subjects to photograph, to witness, to see, because I mean, it's such a prehistoric looking animal, but it's also somehow half the times incredibly ominous looking, and then the other half very goofy. You know, just the shape of the bill makes it look like it's smiling. In addition to when the eye is closed, it's got that like whatever the upside down U shape that looks like it. I don't know if that's like the Asian smiling face kind of a thing, but yeah. So it can look like that, and then the next moment you could have a shot where it's like glaring into your soul, right? Like this one. You're gonna have one moment, all of a sudden now it looks kind of almost on the verge of evil, or at least menacing. So I think it's one of the coolest animals that I've ever had the privilege of getting to see in person. And my hope now is obviously, but I want to keep going back. I've been a number of times. Hopefully we'll go back in the next month or two. I want to, I'm working on like a short film concept where I'll be going into the swamp, film the guides as well as the shoebills a bit more. So wish me luck on that. AY says to King Crook, not much I can do as an editor. I do use Capture One for a lot of personal work. AY, what kind of, do you do only photo edits? And are you also a photographer? Feel free, I think it works on the YouTube side, if I do !Discord. Feel free to join the Discord channel for YobelPrize. And then that way you can also share your photos, you can be a part of the community. We've got a number of other like photographers, videographers, things like that. And then also you'll be notified every time I go live. So selfishly, you should join. Sorry for no, he said, well, your editor using Premiere would make it that you had to use Premiere. Yeah. So, I mean, well, the whole point of working with this editor, hold on, let me think it through. Basically, I do all the color grading. I do all the color correction and grading of every individual footage. And then I send those, I send like the finalized look versions of the videos as proxy files to him. So then he will use that as part of his project timeline in Premiere. We'll imagine a few drafts, final version. He would then have to send that over to me. So then technically, if all I'm doing is hitting export, then it shouldn't matter. As long as I have access to Premiere and After Effects or whatever else, I would assume it's fine. I just need to swap out the proxy files with the real files and then hit export. So like, it's not that complicated. It's a little bit cumbersome because if he's using a bunch of plugins, if he's using a bunch of, I don't know, unique fonts or I don't know, whatever specific things that he's got baked into Adobe. And then that means he either has to send it to me and I have to install it and I have to do all kinds of stuff. So then there are things like that, which I need to figure out. Or maybe there's a way, maybe then he just only sends me key moments. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. It might actually just make more sense for me to send him the 4K footage and then just edit it with the 4K files. But then we just have to piecemeal the actual project so he has enough file space to work with them. I have no idea, honestly. Unfortunately, it's not an easy solution. He doesn't live in Dubai where I'm at. it would make life easier, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. AY says your editor using Premiere. Yep. Or have your editor switch to Resolve. That's the other thing, I guess. I can ask him. I mean, he's talented enough, but it's like if his language is Premiere and After Effects, I don't know. Does it make sense to try to force someone to switch over to another system? And you know, there'll be the learning, like the growing pains and all the other stuff that comes with it. I have no idea. I'm sure he'd be happy to build up skill sets in another program too, but King says, I'm still surprised. Sorry for interrupting. Going to go back to editing as well. No worries, AY. I mean, the reason I'm live streaming when I do this is because I welcome the interruptions. When I need to be focused, I just don't stream and I work off stream. But thank you very much for the questions too. And this is a good conversation because I am kind of brainstorming as we speak, if that workflow works. King says, I'm still surprised how many pros still use Premiere. It's such a nuanced program. I've only dabbled in Premiere like years ago for my first time ever making a video. It was really fun. It was a cool video. It's never seen the light of day because my boss at the time was like, this better never see the light of day. I don't know why. Because I made a Bollywood themed music video with a bunch of my coworkers, and it was a cool ass thing. It was actually fantastic. I was proud of myself. I spent all Thanksgiving break making it. Anyways, where am I going with that? Premiere Pro, and then what is my cat doing? I just found it super hard to understand. In the same way that I find Photoshop Photoshop to me is the opposite of intuitive. When I open it up, I didn't understand the concept of layers. I didn't understand what do I click to make this thing happen, and why are some of the tools on the left side and then some are over on the right side and some you have to find through here. It was just like such a mess to figure out, and I didn't know how the shortcuts worked, and so my brain feels like it explodes whenever I open up Photoshop. That's how I felt about Premiere. Is like nothing made sense to me. But to my credit, or like if I were to think about it now, it was also when I didn't know the first thing about video editing. I didn't know the first thing about filmmaking. I didn't know how to shoot video. I didn't know any of the key concepts like frame rates or stuff like that. I was just kind of Googling shit as it comes. So maybe with the knowledge that I have now, perhaps if I were to work in Premiere, things would just click a little bit, just that much easier. I don't know. But my understanding is that Premiere is supposed to be it's supposed to be the most powerful, right? Maybe it's because it had the most active users, but my understanding is with Premiere plus After Effects, the amount of stuff you can create from there it's like tremendous. But it could just be that there's more users there, so there's more templates over time and all that, and it's just a matter of at some point, if there's a critical mass that moves over to Final Cut Pro or DaVinci, perhaps it's capable, equally capable. I don't know. King says, Yobel, I like these photos. You're inspiring me to use my Nikon glass again. I've been primarily using manual Zeiss. Well, I'm happy to play a role. So we're locking down doing photo edits, right? So, and like I said, I've got to edit through all these Uganda photos, but what I'm doing on the side is I've been recording every single time we were editing one of these photos. So I've created like a custom vertical format. So the goal is going to be,
and then we'll head back to camp.
So I've got these vertical formats, so you can see how every one of these shots, how we ultimately ended up editing them. Right. And the hope is I can turn these into quick little like Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Stories, whatever format makes sense. So yeah, I'm kind of killing two birds with one stone.
Just feel.
One thing I'm learning, or I'm trying to learn, is being a better content creator, which means I need to be able to create content more regularly, and I need to be smarter. So if I'm live streaming me editing photos already, why not try to make those key moments into, like, you know, content pieces right away. But I'm glad I can inspire. AY says, yeah, I just meant you would need access. I will join the Discord. Thanks. Hells yeah. Well, thanks for joining. Yeah. So I do have Premiere. I do have all of that. It's just, it's something I will have to figure out eventually. Wait, before I continue watching this Wakaz video, I want to hear the rest of what Quentin was saying.
Welcome to the channel, and today
he he was spitting some truth bombs, some motivation bombs.
A truth about, and they all go away at a certain point. And I realized this guy's kind of telling the truth. He's showing me a truth about himself. This is coming from somewhere. And then all of a sudden, he still hung around us. He still liked us. But then he started making it a point to touch base with some of his high school friends that were still around. So he's not just hanging out with guys 4 years younger or 5 years younger than him. Anyway, I'm turning 25 around this time. So I'm having my own little, okay, well, what have I done with my life so far? So far, fucking nothing. So I'm having my own little anxiety hitting 25, but I'm seeing what it's like 5 years from now.
Yeah.
When you turn 30.
Yeah, window to the future.
When you're turn 30 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time, thankfully.
I have so many like similar shots. So the question is going to be, do I have too many of these shoebill shots to focus on? But it's a number of decent shots, you know what I mean? This one's okay. We got something in the way here, but at least the face, it's doing that very cutesy, snuggly pose, which could be a nice photo in and of itself. The question is, how similar is this shot to some of the other ones that I've already edited? Like, for example, this one, obviously the pose is different, but it's kind of already in the category of like cutesy, snuggly shot. But then the other thing I have to factor in is perhaps I should re-edit this one because it is in that nice vertical format. So it could be better for like an Instagram or YouTube short. The things we have to juggle in the age of freaking social media, am I right? I mean, it's a cool photo anyways, but... And then this one we've already edited. We just did that one, 2 versions. We did this one. Okay, I think that's enough. I think that's all of the shoebill shots, so we can finally proceed to the next captures. Where would that be? Oh, we do have a little bit more shoebill shots to work on. All right, anyways, let's keep working.
I would have a Quentin to Test Fest where I'd stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life or everything I'm not doing or whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses out. Just like nail it. And I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong. And then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I can change it. And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep and then you forget about it and fall back into your, you know, your routine, I decided to change my life. I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, and even though I drive to Los Angeles, I got to not worry about this job anymore. I got to just move to Hollywood. I got to get involved there. I got to meet other people that are in the business. And then if I have to work manpower jobs, you know, where you just work like 4 days at this place and 4 days.
Okay, so this was a shot that, it was a creative direction that I was hypothesizing. Which I think is better in my head than in reality. The point is, I was trying to get a shot where I guess like in the video technique terms, it's a frame within a frame, right? So I thought that would be a cool kind of concept. If I can get the subject through the opening of this photographer, the way he had his arm positioned. But I think maybe it looks cooler in my mind versus in reality, perhaps. But to be fair, I only took one kind of clean shot of this, so. All right, anyways, I'll try to edit this one, see what we can get from it.
Days at that place, well then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I want to do. And not that that was ever a danger. All right, but then, you know, the next thing I knew, you know, I moved out of the South Bay. And then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough.
Yo, best barbecue.
And literally the minute I kind of moved out there, I met a guy who wrote low-budget horror movies, and then through him, I met other guys that wrote low-budget horror movies, and this guy who directs a few low-budget horror, and this guy who produces a couple. And but yeah, you meet one person, and that introduces you to 3 other people. Now, all of a sudden, I actually knew people who were actually making movies. And the thing about it was like, also, well, if these guys can do it, I can do it. Because they weren't too special.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
That's the weird realization that you end up having.
Yeah, and then literally, it wasn't like everything changed, but like within a year and a half from moving out of the South Bay and moving into the Hollywood area, within a year and a half, I was finally able to make a living as a writer.
Ooh, how...
I am these people, these characters. I am them. They are me.
This is Tarantino.
Colonel Londa was one of the greatest characters I've ever written.
Breaking down his most iconic characters.
Steven's role, Leo's character.
There is kind of an interesting parallel between both Django and Schultz.
From their conception.
I just lucked out when it came to Rick and Cliff.
All the way to casting.
Leo has always been a fan of my work.
Okay. This is the one for Brad.
Well, I'm not going to take off John Travolta.
I think you're too handsome for Cliff.
If he doesn't do it, what the am I going to do?
Quentin came to visit. I got up the next morning and I saw 5 empty bottles of wine. And apparently I agreed to do the movie.
All my villains, every single villain that I've ever created, I always kind of had sympathy for them. I always liked them. Even Hans Landa, I could see his point of view, and I liked the guy. But Calvin Candy was different from the rest of them. I kind of detested the character. I really, really hated him. And it was weird to like write a character that I hated.
Leo has always been a fan of my work and my writing. I think whenever I finish a script, Leo gets a copy of it. I don't send it to him. I think he just procures it. He can do things like that, all right? And so he had read the script, and all of a sudden I got the word that he would be interested in playing the character, Mr. Calvin Candy.
When Leo was really into it, I thought I was kind of buffaloing him a little. I thought, this character is not as good as he thinks it is. I'm not going to set him straight. It was just a fact that, I mean, to me, he was without ambiguity. And so that made him a lesser character. Gotcha. But Leo brought ambiguity to the piece.
I had always thought of Calvin Candy as an evil king, an evil ruler. But then I started thinking about him playing the role, and I thought, well, rather than just the evil monarch, evil king, he's more like, he could be the petulant boy emperor.
It's a custom here in the South. Once a business deal is concluded, that the 2 parties shake hands.
As soon as I read it, I was incredibly excited. I mean, this man was a character that represented everything that was wrong with the South at the time. You know what I mean? He was like a young Louis XIV, a young sort of a prince that wanted to hold on to his position of privilege at all costs.
So I go to talk to Leonardo about the whole piece, and he, like me, has been fascinated about this part of history too. And he's the one that actually brings the phrenology aspect into the piece, because he's like, that's the one thing this thing is missing, and I think it needs to be there because it was the pseudoscience that allowed these Southern bourgeois to feel comfortable about doing the inhuman stuff they were doing.
Here, here, and here.
Even though he was integrated his whole life with black people, he had to find a moral justification to treat people this way and continue his business. He had a plantation to run.
Where I had that moment, and I actually said it out loud in front of the whole crew, Leo, man, that was fucking amazing. You've made me understand Calvin in a way that I have never understood him before. Leo was able to bring me inside of his world and to see him as a person, in a way that I had never really looked at him before. I'd just been able to see the gargoyle.
Hello, Stephen, my boy.
Yeah. Hello, my ass.
Leo's character is obviously the owner of the place. He inherited the place. He's like a king. Steven runs everything that has to do with the house, everything that has to do with the farm, and everything has to do with the Candyland running on its own and doing its own thing.
Who this on that name?
Finding an actor to play Steven wasn't going to be easy. Many black actors shied away from playing even Django, and he's the hero. This included Will Smith, who Tarantino wrote the part for, explaining how he would only do it as a love story, not a vengeance story, and that he couldn't connect to violence being the answer. So yeah, finding a black actor willing to play Steven, yeah, not so simple.
Sam had heard I was writing the script, And so I sent it over to him. He read it, and I go, well, you're not going to be Django. I think Django needs to be just a little bit younger than you. He goes, yeah, no, I gathered that. Yeah, I'm about 15 years too old, to be Django. And I go, so, what do you think about the character of Steven? What do you mean, what do I think about him? I would go, well, I mean, do you have any problem playing that character? So what do you ask me? Do I have any problem playing the most despicable black MF in the history of cinema?
Shit, bye.
No, I got no problem with that.
I mean, Steven is the freest slave in the history of cinema. He has all the powers of the master and literally is the master during the times, and most times when Calvin is off Mandingo fighting. He makes the plantation run. Everybody on that plantation knows him. Everybody on the plantation fears him. And why is you crying? You scaring me.
Steven's role, I even wrote it in the script. He's like the characters that Basil Rathbone would play in old swashbucklers. He's the scheming man, all right, whispering in the king's ear and working the power plays and the intrigues of the court to his advantage.
What is the matter?
Them motherfuckers ain't here to buy no mandingos.
Everyone has their reasons, all right? And Steven's reason is Steven is basically Calvin Candy's father. He raised Candy.
There is kind of an interesting parallel between both Django and Schultz and Steven and Candy, where Steven and Schultz are the mentors, and Django and Candy are the youngins who are taught by them. But the ironic part about it is, as much as Django and Schultz like each other, Steven loves Candy more.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
When I finished that script, I knew that Colonel Londa was one of the greatest characters I've ever written and one of the greatest characters I will ever write. How did you create the character? It's, he just flowed out of me. I mean, I really can't really tell you, well, I did this or I did that. I think the first scene that I wrote in the movie was the opening scene. I always have to kind of write in order. The opening scene in the film where he's interrogating the French farmer at the film. So I discovered him as I was writing him.
By the way, I don't even know if this is going to look good. But basically I want to do the same kind of shaping of light. So I'm eventually going to have some light coming in from the top right, hitting the subject, in this case the shoebill. But I don't want that light to hit the subject in the foreground, the photographer, just to give it a bit of depth. So make it look like the light's hitting the shoebill, but not necessarily our character here. I don't know if that's going to look good or not. So I'm just subtracting away the photographer from the shot. Fingers crossed.
To me, he's, one of the things about Colonel Londa is he's a detective. That's his thing. That's his job for the Nazis. And he's a great detective. Right. And every scene he does is some version of an interrogation. And every piece of interrogation is a piece of theater or mind game with the participant.
Before I go, could I have another glass of your delicious milk?
One of the things about the movie, especially when you see it a second time, because the first time you're just being yanked around with the story, but when you see it a second time, you actually really get to see his interrogation techniques played out.
A German soldier conducts a search of a house suspected of hiding Jews.
Now that you know where he was coming from.
Right. Where does the hawk look?
In the script, in the opening scene, when he's interrogating this French farmer, the French farmer takes out a pipe and starts smoking it.
Disturb you if I smoke my pipe. Oh, please, Monsieur Lapetit.
And at some point, Londa says, hey, can I take out my pipe?
May I smoke my pipe as well?
Yes, and he pulls out this big giant calabash, which is the pipe that Sherlock Holmes smokes. One, you can say it's a sexual thing because my pipe is bigger than yours. All right, and the other thing, you can say, I know you're lying and I got you. I've got the Sherlock Holmes pipe. And then I had dinner with Christoph, and I asked him, I go, let me ask you a question. In the script, it implies that this is definitely Londa's pipe and he uses it to think. But let me ask you a question. What if Londa doesn't smoke a pipe? Oh, it's simply just an interrogation technique to throw the farmer, send him more to hell. And I said, what do you think, Christoph? He goes, oh, he doesn't smoke a pipe at all. It is simply an act of theater.
I realized I was writing a pretty impressive character fairly early on. And one of the things about the character is the fact that he's a linguistic genius. And I knew that whatever actor I cast to play this has to be as much of a linguistic genius as Londa is. An actor could do the best job they could have, they could try, but if they just didn't have that in as part of their character, it just wouldn't work. He would never be what he was on the page. I literally had a moment where I didn't think I was going to find it. And I called the producers and said, look, if we can't find the right Londa, I'd rather just publish this script and do something else. And if I'm gonna pull the plug, because I was financing the movie by that, we were gonna get our cash flow money on like Friday. This was Monday. And the producers, Lawrence and everybody, they were very cool about it. They didn't overreact. They go, well, then you know what? Here's the deal. Then we just spend, this week is just Londa.
How did you come to the attention of one of America's most prominent directors?
Yeah, that's a mystery. There's a casting director in Berlin, Simone Beer, and she does most of the international productions there. And she just got people together for Quentin to meet. Because Quentin, being Quentin, said, all right, these German parts will be played by German, or at least German-speaking, native-speaking actors.
Christoph Waltz was an unknown actor, but he possessed an equally unknown skill set.
He was speaking in French.
Passez à l'anglais pour le reste de la conversation.
Then he went to English.
Very familiar with you and your family.
And at a certain point he went to German.
Schwierig gewesen sein, Premierenkarten für ihre Freunde zu besorgen.
And then he went into a little Italian.
Amici della vedetta ammirata da tutti noi.
And Quentin and I just looked at each other and our jaws were down on our knees. We just could not believe it.
I remember thinking, and Lawrence was sitting right next to me, I go, we're making a movie.
Ooh, that's a bingo.
Quentin takes genre movies and lifts them onto the level of art.
Della nostra cultura saranno naturalmente accolti sotto la mia protezione per la durata del loro soggiorno.
Grazie. My name is Lieutenant Aldo Rain.
Artistically, me and Brad have been sniffing around each other for a while. I got the longing looks across the room and everything. And, one of the questions I get oftentimes is like, oh, what actors would you like to work with? And Brad has always been one of the ones that I've said. Somewhere pretty quickly, all right, into the text of writing Aldo, I was like, okay, this is the one for Brad. And then I started getting fucking nervous, all right, because like, shit, if he doesn't do it, what the
Okay, shots, it's... I don't have much thoughts on this shot. As in, like, I think it's good. It's like I'm confused by my own photo here, but I think it's good. It's just like, because it's a very out there shot, I don't really know what to say to it. You're getting the shoe bill, and also I was shooting this with the 70-200 2.8. It wasn't necessarily the sharpest image to begin with, because subject was pretty far away. We were shooting in, was it midday at this point? There's a lot of sunlight, so you're getting a little bit of that heat distortion, the heat waves coming up. So the shot itself, everything's going to be slightly fuzzy. But it was like just sharp enough that obviously you can make out the subject here. And you've got the photographer in the foreground, and you can make him out, I guess, but not too much. So it's not overly distracting, but it's slightly on the abstract side. I just don't know if it's good or bad. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah. I don't have like strong opinions on this shot. But I'll try to do these kinds of shots more in the future. It might be that this is a better shot for video. Like perhaps it is one of those things where shooting this kind of frame within a frame, like I don't remember if I have a similar moment like this as a video. I don't know if I shot video and photo of this moment. But there's a chance that maybe from a video perspective, it looks really cool. But the thing is, if I shot this as video, I can also see why it would work, because most likely I would just be doing a quick little focus pull and just going from maybe focus on the photographer initially, and then you see the focus get pulled over to the shoe bill. So that's where it does work nicely. Whereas here, it's like we're catching a moment in between, or we caught one tail end when it happens to be focused on the shoe bill. But then from a single frame perspective, maybe the blurriness and the abstractness of the foreground will be slightly too confusing for people to make out immediately. I have no idea. No idea, but we tried. That's the main thing. Same thing here. I think there could be some nice photos where you frame it. If I frame it somehow, where you got the shoe bill on the top right, and then you've got the shape of the photographer on the left. This is where, oh yeah, we learned about the diopter, the split diopter lenses. That's where we'd be able to technically get both in focus. All right, let's edit. This is the final shoe bill shot, one of these three. Let's figure out which one. We'll go with whichever is the sharpest, I guess. This one's slightly on the warm side. I think we go with this one, I think. Actually, maybe. Because we're going to end up cropping. All right,
Am I gonna do? Quentin came to visit, and sometime at the end of the summer with the script. And all I know, we talked about it. We talked about backstory. We talked about movies till the wee hours of the night. And I got up the next morning, and I saw 5 empty bottles of wine laying on the floor, and something that resembled a smoking apparatus. I don't know what that was about. And apparently I agreed to do the movie because 6 weeks later, I was in uniform and I was Lieutenant Aldo Raines.
We're going to be doing one thing and one thing only.
It was that, you know, he's righting it wrong. There's a really strong code here.
Killing Nazis.
And he's sending a message.
Nazi ain't got no humanity.
And he's trying to even out the playing field, which comes from his history.
They're the foot soldiers of a Jew-hating, mass-murdering maniac.
Which, when you get into a Quentin Tarantino movie, and you get to embrace one of the characters, you soon learn that he's got backstory since the inception of the guy.
Well, you can't see the scar.
He will tell you. He will tell you.
No, I love doing stuff like that. And even when I end up, I might write big scenes or something that will never see the light of day as far as the story's concerned. But once I write it, it happened. It's history. And it's just now, and it's just more informed. I just inform it. By talking to the actors about it and everything. And we can't say what happened, how the scar came about, but he knows.
I'll tell
and
him.
I know.
I'll tell him.
But it's him bringing you the backstory instead of you bringing it yourself, basically, right?
Aldo is incapable of being anybody other than Aldo. Even when he tries his best. He's not throwing it away. He thinks he's doing a good job.
The joke of an American's lack of learning another language.
Because I wonder how you heard that in your head when you had written. Did you think that maybe he did speak some Italian?
Oh, well, I figured he understood it a little bit. I mean, he was in Sicily, all right, so it would make sense that he'd be able to get information across. I can get around Germany by throwing a few words together. Having said that, though, in my mind, he pulled it off a little bit more. And then when he said it that way, it was at the script reading, and it killed. And then after he said it, I was like, well, God, now I can't. Now you've ruined it for me. I can't hear it any other way. I don't have a choice. I have to do it that way now.
Buongiorno.
The character's right there. The character's right there on the page. But unless it's perfect casting, it's gonna stay on the page. It'll never be as good as it is on the page unless the casting is moi.
I think this just might be my masterpiece.
It's not only, it was quite a few years ago. I was doing a movie, and it had an old-timey actor in it, and he had a stunt guy. He had a guy who'd been with him for the last 8 or 9 years. And I'm sitting across the set on an Apple box or something, and I look over, and I see the two guys, the stunt guy, the longtime stunt guy, and the actor sitting there just shooting the breeze, sitting in a couple director chairs, shooting the breeze, both dressed identically. And I saw the whole 9 years of their relationship. And I go, wow, that's a really interesting relationship. If I could, if I was ever going to do a movie about the making of a movie, that would be an interesting way to get into the story. That would be an interesting dynamic to kind of follow through on.
I actually remember bringing up to Brad, I go, look, I think you would be a fantastic Cliff, but I think you're too handsome for Cliff. I don't see Cliff that handsome. I mean, if he was that handsome, why isn't he an actor?
You're kind of pretty for a stuntman.
And Brad was, yeah, I know what you mean.
That's what they tell me.
Not talking good about himself, but just understanding the arc of a character. He knows what fucking stunt guys look like. I go, yeah, I mean, I want to just put a big fucking scar right across your face, but I can't do that because I've done that already. He goes, yeah, I know. No, I do it too. I go, yeah, I know. Well, you can fuck up my body. And yeah, well, we're going to do that. Don't worry about that, Now, I can't imagine Cliff not being like the most handsome guy in Hollywood. I mean, it's like such a part of his character. It's such a part of who he is. It's such a part of this kind of Zen quality that he has. It's just who he is. The fact that like every girl who sees him, like, you know, he flirts with and she flirts back.
Hello, hot stuff.
You know, like Bogart in The Big Sleep.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking for a good mystery on something off the beaten track, like the Maltese Falcon.
Looks like third time's a charm.
How are those pickles?
That is a kind of who he is. He should be the most handsome guy on a set.
And in the Cliff character that Quentin created, you see a guy who's in a place of acceptance with his lot in life, quite at peace, will take whatever comes and knows he'll figure it out as we go. So for me, it comes down to acceptance.
Because Brad is remarkable in the film. And a lot of it is through his body language, his physicality, his eye lines. How do you talk about that from scene to scene to really develop that character without him having to say much?
When I write a character that doesn't have a lot, that doesn't say a lot, doesn't get it across a lot in dialogue, I tend to write those characters more prose-like. I tend to write them a little bit more like a novel, all right? And I'm putting a lot of stuff in there that you guys, the audience, is never gonna see. I wrote a whole prose chapter of exactly what happened on the boat with written like the first chapter of a book, all right? It was called Misadventure. And there you find out exactly what happened. I'm not telling you guys, all right? But Brad knows.
Really, the most challenging times are the down times. And Cliff's that guy who just doesn't sweat the small stuff. So to have, you know, that friend that's got your back is everything.
You're a good friend, Cliff. I try.
I just lucked out in having a really rich dichotomies, especially when it came to Rick and Cliff. I mean, the whole thing of their career is Rick is the one who pretends to be the badass cowboy, the guy who can do this and the guy who can do that. And Cliff is the guy who's the badass, who can do this and can do that. And the dichotomy of the fact that Rick is kind of a f***ing wreck.
Whoa.
About the actor P. Dool, who was on the show, alias Smith & Jones.
And you could maybe die before your time.
I feel all right.
Somewhere in the second season, he committed. I did a little bit of research and found out a little bit that he had a bit of a drinking problem. It sounds like the guy was undiagnosed bipolar, and he had mood swings. And the reason that he was drinking was to self-medicate himself. Now, we already had Rick a drinker, but the whole thing of undiagnosed bipolar and not knowing how that works and the weird pendulum swings of emotion that you would have, especially if you don't have a medical understanding of why you feel that way. That became a really interesting thing that we thought that Rick could deal through.
Quentin Tarantino writes characters unlike anybody else. And so there really was only one person who could play Rick, and that was Leonardo DiCaprio.
For me, it was trying to capture what kind of actor Rick was and what his potential ultimately was, because in a lot of ways, the script that he handed me was a man dealing with his own mortality as soon as he has that Al Pacino sequence in the opening of the film.
So, Rick, who's gonna kick the shit out of you next week?
You understand that he's at a real turning point in his life.
Down goes you, down goes your career as a leading man. Or do you go to Rome and star in Westerns?
And, you know, maybe he never gave the proper effort or the proper focus on his career that he could have.
And there's nothing that captures that more than the infamous trailer scene.
What's that? I knew I wanted to have that scene, but I didn't want to write it out. I didn't want it to have to be dialogue he remembered. So I got Leo and I was like saying, so look, here's what I want to do. I want you to come in having up on set, not knowing your lines, and I want you to come in the trailer and have a whole mad anger at yourself. Damn it, Rick.
Fucking lines and yourself like that in front of all those goddamn people.
The test fest, a complete temper tantrum against yourself.
You're a fucking miserable drunk.
I wanted to have.
All right, I think we got the shot. This looks pretty good, I think. Oh, I was in the zone there, but oh, let me end my recording thing. Cool. All right. Well, thanks guys for your indulgence of this new format I'm going to try. It's funny to say that because you guys didn't see it at all, because the recordings and stuff is being done on a different screen, so you don't even see it. But I was showing you guys, right? So even this one that I just edited, you can see here, and I made some mistakes, I realized, but I think I corrected it for these ones. It's a small thing. But yeah, so then you can see, just as an example, I'd be able to time lapse this. So my approach right now, I'm thinking, is turning these into time lapses, applying perhaps a bit of my own voiceover with some good soundtracks. So if that makes sense, I just need to review these, see what makes what works the best. But it will just be a new way for me to kind of give a bit more of a glimpse into how I edit. Yeah, hopefully it becomes something that people will find enjoyable. I mean, there's no skin off my back, right? It's not like, you know, I can post this as an Instagram story, I can post it as YouTube shorts or like reels if it ends up being pretty fun to make. But then the hope is that I can turn this into a repeatable process. So if people enjoy it, I'll make a bunch of these, right? Because then I'll be doing these during my live streams. I'll be doing it in my off stream time as I just need to work on editing photos. All I have to do is hit a record button now in OBS, make sure all the screens are set up properly. And then, yeah, the way it works is that way you'll get the full screen view in the middle of the shot as it changes over time. And then you'll get the full monitor display view on the top. So you see with what my mouse is doing, what I'm adjusting, blah, blah, blah. And then on the bottom, you get to see a synchronized version of me actually being there in the moment recording. A couple things also. Cyronia says, heck yeah, indeed. A couple thoughts that I'm gathering from doing this during the live stream. I mentioned while I'm watching a YouTube video, I have the YouTube video playing from the Elgato teleprompter, which is right here. And the problem with that is that when I see it play out in this, when the YouTube video is playing, you can see that reflection. There's a bit of glare that pops in here and there when I'm using the teleprompter as like a display monitor. So, I mean, it's like such a minor thing, right? But it's technically not the best quality, I guess, you know, for what it's worth. And then the second thing is I didn't forget per se. I stopped caring because I was spending so much time trying to set this up. But in the future, I would need to zoom in on the shot of me in the bottom here, because you can see, for example, on the top right, there's a bit of my softbox. You can see some of the edge, the vignetting caused by the teleprompter covering up the wide angle lens. So minor things like that where I'll punch in a little bit further in the future. But as a format, I think this actually can look pretty good. So then imagine start to finish, you see like blah, 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 music playing, and you see all this changing, maybe the voiceover. And by the end of it, then everything disappears except for the center, which shows the image. If the image is a portrait shot, so for example, I guess this one.
And then we wanted...
Which one? Let's go with this one. So like, for example, when we were editing this one, it was in portrait. So by the end of it, since it's already in portrait, the good news is I can literally just have this zoom in and take up the full screen and like take up the literal like 9:16. So technically these portraits are better for shorts format. But yeah, anyways. Cyroni has asked, did you end up figuring out your data storage situation? I kind of almost did, and then I ran out of Claude tokens or whatever it's called. So I'm waiting for it to reset because I was asking all these questions to Claude. I'm in between two things. One, I think I mentioned to you, Cyronies, maybe I didn't. I received an email shortly after during the stream when I was researching that Ugreen product. So I got an email from some random thing saying like, hey, would you be interested in doing a collaboration? It was like from Ugreen. I don't know how it works, but basically they're saying, do you want to like test out the Ugreen product? So I think because of some cookies I might have accepted when I was on the Ugreen website, it technically led me to getting that. The problem is in the email, it was saying how they're trying to partner with US creators, and I'm technically not in the US right now. I'm in Dubai. So I'm just waiting. I sent an email back. We'll see if they ever respond. Because like if they can give me that freaking storage device for free, that's fantastic. From the research I did do, it looks like between that, the Ugreen product, and then there's a one that Swiss Army Cinema had suggested to me, the Oyen Fortis. And one thing I've learned from all this research now is there's two things. There's the DAS and the NAS. So the one I should probably focus on is the DAS. I forget what the D stands for. Maybe direct something something versus the network. And the Ugreen can do both. So that's good to know. But it was more the fact that it does the NAS aspect that was part of the value add of the Ugreen. But the problem is I use Backblaze, and apparently Backblaze does not back up NAS devices or whatever, because it's just like it's not an economically feasible model for them to do that, or they don't want to promote that type of thing. So if I have the hard drive in NAS mode, I can't back up 100 and however many terabytes into Backblaze, unless I pay for every terabyte, which is way too expensive. So then if I'm limited to doing DAS mode, then I think the Oyen Fortis is technically the better solution, although I think slightly pricier. So I just said a whole lot of nothing because I don't have an answer yet, but I just learned that there's a couple differences, but it sounds like regardless, I should probably look at one of those two products, the Oyen Fortis or the Ugreen. There was a third product that Claude mentioned. If I can get the Ugreen, if I can even reach out and see like if they're willing to, it seems like they've done that with some creators, obviously bigger creators than me, but you know, maybe they're open to it. And then the Oyen, fingers crossed, Swiss Army said maybe he knows a guy, like a salesperson, so maybe he can hook me up with a discount, which would go a long ways as well. So yeah, that's my summary. I don't have an answer just yet. I do need to, I got the red light of death on my 44 terabyte drive yet again. So I think it's about time I do need to bring it into the shop. Well, I forget if you were here, but what I mentioned is it is under warranty, so I am able to get that as long as there's no physical damage, they said, which I'm assuming means like if it gets dropped or some, you know, superficial or something like that, or if it's ever been dismantled, which I've never done, or if there's water damage. And so no issues on all of that. So I do need to go bring it in. The main issue is I need to offload all of it. I do have it offloaded to the cloud, but I think that would take too long to try to get it back onto an empty hard drive. So I'm seeing if I can transfer some of the crucial photos and videos onto my other drives. I have to free up those drives to have enough space to take on the 44. It's just a mess, man. It's just a mess. But yeah. Cyrone says, and that's good. It's all right. Anyways, what time is it? It is almost 11 p.m. So I think one thing I might try to do is I also might change my streaming hour-ish and / streaming days. So something I'm considering doing is maybe streaming Sundays through Thursdays and then leaving Fridays and Saturdays open for me. So that's one thing I might start to change. So Sundays through Thursdays. And ideally, I do want to, I think today was a decent streaming period for me. If I could start an hour earlier, I'll try to do that. So somewhere around like 6 p.m. my time until 10 p.m. So I'm already kind of like an hour over. But I think like 6 to 10 p.m. or like a 4-hour stream, that's probably a good sweet spot for me. So I'll be testing that out in the next few streams. Cyrone says, yeah, I remember when I moved from one storage platform to another and I had to buy a couple drives just to free up the other drives to then re-add them into the main array. You know what? I was thinking to myself, like, okay, imagine there is no issues like this 44 terabyte hard drive that I have. Imagine when I say no issues, as in like technically it does 100% qualify to be replaced. Ideally, I would ask them to just give me the replacement unit up front. Then I can do all the transfers, assuming it doesn't die on me completely. And then I can send over the faulty unit to them for them to do with it as they please, right? That would be the perfect solution, because exactly what you're saying, Cyronius, is like, what do you do? How do you, like, you need to buy more stuff to then take that off of it. It's, you know, obviously you can't just like leave it up in the air somehow, right? Or whatever. So then, yeah. So then it's like, okay, can I free up 44 terabytes worth of space on my other hard drives somehow? In some ways, yes, because most of these are backed up technically. It just means I have to be comfortable completely deleting everything from, I don't know. It's a thing. It was a huge pain in the ass. Yep. King says that could be a lot. That could be a lot schedule. We're here to support. Well, thank you very much, King. It's good to have you back, man. You know what? It's been interesting because we've gone through, I think, like 3 or 4 moments of streams, right? Like I streamed about 46 days. I still need to make a YouTube video about my learnings, but we did 46 days in a row when we first started off live streaming. And then I had to go for that Nikon project in Uganda. And then when I came back from that, I had to restrict the hours of streams a bit more because I had to, you know, there's a lot of other projects all of a sudden randomly. And then I had another batch of traveling recently, right, in March and April. So it's been interesting to take a month or 2 off and then try to come back to stream and see what momentum you lost, what stayed the same, what's gotten better, what's gotten worse, and all that. So it is kind of fascinating to think about how people are full-time live streamers, let's say. Like, you know, once you've made it to a certain point, well, even how do you become a successful full-time live streamer, and then how do you maintain it? And from everything I seem to gather, it's like you are committing to like a 6 to 7 days a week, you know, 8-hour streaming kind of a thing. It seems like that you just have to grind. You have to put in the hours. I think it seems like there's no shortcut around it, which I don't think I can necessarily afford to do in the next, you know, year or so, as I'm trying to balance traveling plus other types of film projects. But this is why, thanks to Cyronius in the chat, thanks to Swiss Army, and a number of people who've also just given advice, that's why, as we start to figure out how to do IRL stream, I hope that will be the nice kind of sweet spot. So in an alternate world, if there's another war, you know, in Dubai, impacting Dubai, and it's like, oh shoot, I have 2 months that I need to leave. I have to exit Dubai, and I have a few projects. In that future world, I would also then just be like, oh, no problems. I got that sweet ass Bella box rig that Cyronius created for me. I can just hop over and start a stream as long as I got the cell coverage and whatever, and boom, you guys can follow along with me when I'm scooting around Munich, or then boom, when I'm in Uganda. You know, I don't think it'll work for a chimpanzee trek just yet, but imagine when I was on the boat safaris for the shoebill, right? All of a sudden, when I'm on the freaking boats here, I'd be able to stream that. And then boom, all of a sudden, when I'm in Tanzania on those Jeep safaris, I'd be able to rig that thing up, get that Starlink up and running, and you guys join me there. So I think that will be the way for me to be able to live stream consistently, even when I'm traveling. So yeah, anyways, I'm just rambling. It is now almost 11 p.m. How long did we stream today? Probably like about 4 hours or so. That's been good. And my cats decided to hang out with me. That was a nice little bonus. Lately, this one, he's just kind of been, I don't know, chilling wherever he feels like. So, good boy. There you go. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you guys for hopping in here. Happy Monday. I will be back tomorrow and the next coming days. We're going to do same as today. I'm just going to be grinding through all of my photo edits just as a quick little preview of what does that mean. We're looking at, from the shoebills, we're now going to enter into the chimps, a little bit of the baboons there. So we'll enter into chimpanzee territory. And a lot more chimpanzees. And more chimpanzees. We'll have a few really nice photos. I'm very excited to edit some of these guys. It kind of looks good already. These are the examples I mentioned of where like I intentionally just underexpose the shot from the rip. So so you can see in the histogram, instead of putting this in auto ISO, and so that, you know, the pixels are more balanced over in the middle, I just intentionally kept the ISO at 100, kept it low, and then shot this like I would want it in final post, which would have been like this. So that's been an interesting practice, an interesting technique, because then it's like you're doing all the edits in the shot, if that makes sense. You're composing within the shot. I don't know if there's a right phrasing for it, as opposed to doing all the post-production manipulation. So I was trying that a bit throughout this trip, and that was kind of fun. It was kind of fun. But we'll see if it ends up biting me in the ass, because it's like now it's going to be hard for me to rescue all the details in the shadows because I underexposed it. Who knows? We're going to edit all those photos. We've got a number of these like shots from the road. So I did a number of these things, which I hope you guys will find interesting. What do I mean by that? Let me see if I can show you guys. Let's see, what day was this? This was April 7th. April 7th. Osmo Nano. Yeah, I guess we should. So we're gonna do something similar. I hope you guys were able to check out one of my recent YouTube videos where I did a bit of a photo, like a street photo and street video shooting challenge in Munich. And I made use of my Osmo Nano as like the first person point of view shot, so I can do a nice bit of like solo travel vlogging and then mixing in the actual photos and videos that I took. So I'm going to be repeating that. So we're going to maintain that kind of style for some of these videos that I'll be posting on YouTube, hopefully soon. But what will happen is you'll see these kind of moments where I either took a photo or a video, and then we'll try to synchronize that with the actual photo or video that I took. So let's say here, right? So you can see I'm trying to take this photo of this dude with a wicker basket on a bike. So let's say as we see this happening in the video, then we'll sync it to the exact same shot, which is like one of these guys, right? So then I want to edit the best version of whichever one of these shots makes the most sense to edit. And then once we do, then I'll slap that baby onto the video, right? So you get that nice like, hey, here's the moment in time, in real time, how I try to capture the moment, and then boom, here's that shot itself. Let's see. Maybe there's another good one I can show. So basically what I was trying to do is anytime there was like a potential moment that might be worth capturing while I was driving. This is why whenever I'm doing like a road trip when I'm traveling, I always choose the passenger front seat, because I love just shooting from the road. There's so many fascinating things from the windows. Unfortunately for this car, the front windshield was very murky. Like it wasn't necessarily the cleanest, so you weren't getting like the best shots. You would see a huge difference if I shot from here as you see it versus when I stick the camera out the window. So
if she sits the other way, like a man, should be seen as a woman who is not part of the traditional society.
Okay, so that was I think I have a decent photo from that, for example. So there's this lady who is sitting on the back. These are like, I think like the local taxi service essentially. And then Milton, our guide and driver, he was explaining, we caught the tail end of his explanation. He was explaining how in Uganda, culturally, you'll see the women sit a specific way on the back of the bike to represent something. I forget what exactly. I was busy taking photos, but it signifies something, the way she was seated on the bike. So imagine there, you have that moment where I'm trying to shoot it, and then we have the actual moment somewhere here. So I haven't edited these photos yet, but that's what we're going to do. So on the upcoming streams, once we get to these shots, you'll watch me hopefully do my best job of, you know, composing one of these moments, editing, get it to look the best. And then that's going to be a part of a future YouTube video. So I hope you guys will find some value in that, at least seeing the behind the scenes of how we got there. So these are not all going to be wildlife shots, right? So then these are all basically just, I don't even know what you call it, but it's just from the road, right? These like road moments. And there's a few cool moments for sure where, especially in Uganda, you have like all these kids and they're like, you lose count how many times when you're on these roads, the kids, as they see your tourist vehicle, like these 4x4 Jeeps going by, they start like chasing after, and like they're waving, they're yelling hi and stuff, or random whatever English words they want to practice. And yeah, it's just really, it's a cool moment it's a nice burst of energy and positivity when you're on these trips. Yeah. So we're gonna get to this eventually, right? We'll get to these kind of cool moments. We'll edit, have fun, but it's probably gonna be the rest of this week. I'm gonna guess it'll take the rest of the week to get through all of Uganda photos, just given my slow pace. Maybe I'll do a better job of being faster. We'll see. All right, it is exactly 11 p.m. Wow, I was able to ramble all the way up until that pivotal moment. So thank you guys. I appreciate the wonderful stream. Happy Monday, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. So yeah, enjoy. Sorry, I also realized I need to eat my food. I'm feeling hungry, so